Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio Chapter 151. Cleaning up the die-hard loyalists of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is our home. I was born a person of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and I will die a ghost of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even if I, Ning Kue, have to die, I will not take a single step away from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Elders, managers, this land Chen killed the sect master and the two guardian elders. This blood feud is irreconcilable. We absolutely cannot compromise with him. Even if he is a titled Douluo, after such an intense battle, his spirit power must be nearly exhausted. If we all rush him together, we will definitely be able to kill him. Not only will we be able to avenge the sect master and the two guardian elders, but we can also save our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. We will fight him to the end. A Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School elder stepped out. He was a core direct descendant, also possessed the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda spirit, and was a spirit saint-level support soul master. In terms of supportability, he was not even weaker than Ning Fengjai, and he held a lofty status and was extremely respected within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He stood out and called out, immediately receiving a response from many elders and managers. Elder Ning Kue is right. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is our home. If we leave the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, we will become wandering ghosts without a home. This land Chen wants to occupy the magpie's nest and drive us all out. We absolutely cannot agree to this. I, Sidhu Hayashin, support Elder Ning Kue. Even if he is a titled Douluo, we will fight him to the end. A spirit Douluo-level elder stepped out. Although his surname was not Ning, his wife's surname was Ning, and his interests were tied to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He was neither willing to be driven out of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, nor willing to defect to that so-called longevity sect of Lu Chen's. Therefore, there was only one path before him, and that was to unite and oppose Lu Chen to the end. Someone like this Sidhu Hayashin could be called a die-hard loyalist of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Everyone, activate your spirits. We have 6 spirit Douluos here, as well as 18 spirit saints. With the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, even if we face a titled Douluo, we still have the qualifications to fight. Right. Activate your spirits together. With someone taking the lead and others egging them on, these high-ranking members, or rather, the die-hard loyalists, of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School immediately gathered together and set up a battle formation. They activated their spirits together, and circles of spirit rings rose from beneath their feet, all of them being the best spirit ring configurations. The spirit Douluos all had 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. The spirit saints all had 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. This was a terrifying force, demonstrating the profound foundation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With such a large number of spirit Douluo and spirit saint powerhouses, even with the deaths of Ning Fengjai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong, they were still one of the most powerful forces on the continent. Watching Lu Chen descend from the sky, looking at the 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red spirit rings beneath Lu Chen's feet. These die-hard loyalists of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were already trembling with fear under the pressure of the 100,000-year spirit ring. But to preserve their respective wealth and status, they resolutely chose to oppose Lu Chen. The first to act were the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda Spirit Masters. One Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda after another bloomed with light, strength amplification, speed amplification, spirit power amplification, attack amplification, defense amplification, attribute amplification. Beams of amplification light landed successively on those combat spirit masters, causing the strength of those combat spirit masters to skyrocket. After receiving various amplifications, those combat spirit masters immediately aimed at Lu Chen and unleashed their various specialized long-range attack methods: fireballs, water bullets, wind blades, lightning, energy light waves. Attacks rained down toward Lu Chen. Facing a siege by such a large number of spirit Douluo and spirit saint powerhouses, ordinary titled Douluos would have to avoid their sharp edge, but Lu Chen was completely unafraid. Intangibility. Lu Chen whispered softly. Instantly, ripples of space swirled around his body, and his body passed through the spatial ripples into the void. Those fireballs, water bullets, wind blades, lightning, and energy light waves that were bombarding him all passed through his body without causing him any harm. Even Chen, the titled Douluo known as having the highest attack power on the continent, could not forcibly tear through space to harm Lu Chen, who was hiding in the void. The attacks of a few spirit Douluos and spirit saints could not harm Lu Chen even more so. Hiding his true body in the void, watching the spirit Douluo and spirit saint powerhouses attacking him, a cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. It seems I don't need to go looking for you. You die-hard loyalists of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School have jumped out on your own. That's just as well. Once I wipe you all out, I can basically sever the legacy of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As his voice fell, Lu Chen switched his spirit again. His blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul and his 9 spirit rings, 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red, vanished into the air. In their place appeared that 2-meter-large black iron sickle, and simultaneously, 3 spirit rings, black, black, and red, rose from beneath his feet. Dark demon, evil god break, Lu Chen raised the black iron sickle, continuously pouring his spirit power into it. Through the transformation of the black iron sickle, a sky-piercing evil and demonic power was released from the black iron sickle. That sky-piercing evil and demonic power condensed into a black energy sphere at the tip of the black iron sickle, filled with the erosive power of an evil attribute. On the black energy sphere, strands of dark red wind blades and dark blue lightning swirled. Dark demon, evil god break, which fused the powers of evil, wind, and lightning attributes, was one of Lu Chen's most powerful attack methods at the moment. When that black energy sphere grew larger and larger, expanding to its limit, Lu Chen swung the black iron sickle, and the black energy sphere immediately smashed into the crowd like a black meteor. That group of die-hard loyalists of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had their expressions changed drastically. Not daring to have any slack or carelessness, they immediately activated their martial soul avatars and simultaneously unleashed their respective defensive spirit abilities. In the blink of an eye, that black energy sphere descended upon these spirit Douluos and spirit saints. Boom, boom. Accompanied by a huge explosion, the powerful corrosive ability of the dark demon evil god break eroded the defensive spirit abilities unleashed by these spirit masters, allowing the exploding dark red wind blades and dark blue lightning to ravage their actual bodies. Ah, ah, ah. This group of spirit Douluo and spirit saint powerhouses let out bursts of miserable screams, and immediately they were thrown into chaos, their formation broken. Those with stronger strength could barely move freely, while those with weaker strength directly lost the ability to resist. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Chen flashed over, weaving back and forth among these spirit Douluos and spirit saints. Every time his black iron sickle swung, it harvested a life. This black iron sickle of Lu Chen's seemed to have turned into the Grim Reaper's scythe. That sharp blade was enough to easily tear through these spirit masters' skin and flesh, and chopping off their heads was also an easy task. Those spirit Douluo powerhouses who could still move freely were not without thoughts of resisting, but the spirit abilities they unleashed with all their might passed through Lu Chen's body every time. This was an unequal battle. Through his intangibility ability, Lu Chen played all the spirit saint and spirit Douluo powerhouses present in the palm of his hand. Crack, rip, the sounds of bones breaking and flesh tearing rang out continuously across the plaza. Ah, don't kill me. I don't want to die. I am willing to surrender. I am willing to join your sect. Under Lu Chen's continuous harvesting, after half of the spirit saints and spirit Douluos on the scene were killed, the remaining people were terrified, begging for mercy one after another, but Lu Chen remained unmoved. If they had known it would come to this, Why act that way in the beginning? From the moment these people resisted, Chen could not possibly let them go. After 10 minutes of slaughter, the die-hard loyalists of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, 6 spirit Douluos and 18 spirit saints, were all killed by Chen. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, fresh blood stained the ground red, and the smell of blood permeated everywhere. Of course, Chen did not have it easy either, because the long-term use of the intangibility ability had caused him to recover 60% of his spirit power, only to have it exhausted again. But in the end, he had won. That was enough. Chapter 152. A great harvest above the plaza of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, and blood flowed all over, outlining a terrifying scene of hell. Those who died here were all high-ranking members and loyalists of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. 6 spirit Douluo and 18 spirit saint, the core foundation of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, after they died. Although the foundation of the 7 treasure glazed tile school remained, there was no one left who could make decisions. The 7 treasure glazed tile school claimed to have 5,000 spirit masters. Excluding the 2,000 spirit masters who were away on business, there were still 3,000 spirit masters in the sect. Among the 3,000 spirit masters, the majority were spirit grandmasters and spirit elders, while the number of other spirit ancestors, spirit kings, and spirit emperors was less than 200. Now, these people were also terrified by Chen. Chen's ruthless slaughter made them dare not oppose him any longer. A portion of them took their families and fled down the mountain, preparing to find another way to survive on the continent. Another portion, after much hesitation, chose to stay, intending to defect to Chen and join his longevity sect. The entire 7 treasure glazed tile school appeared to be in chaos. Seeing this chaotic scene, Chen also felt a headache. Although Chen possessed the strength of a level 95 super Douluo, he was all by himself. Without trusted subordinates to help him control the situation, his desire to control the second largest sect on the continent by his own strength was truly wishful thinking. Chen's eyes shifted and he finally shook his head. Let them be. The sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengjai, the 2 sect-protecting Douluo Chen Xin and Gurong, as well as these die-hard loyalists, 6 spirit Douluo and 18 spirit saint, have all died at my hands. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is finished. If some want to run, let them run. It serves as a preliminary screening. Those who run away are the ones who do not approve of me. Keeping them in my sect would sooner or later become a hidden danger. Those willing to stay, although they may not be loyal to me right now, are not as resistant to me. I can relatively confidently incorporate them to build my sect. I have more important things to do. The astonishing wealth accumulated by the 7 treasure glazed tile school over countless years is certainly not a small amount. I must quickly pocket it. In the future, when I build my sect and cultivate trusted aides, there will certainly be many places where money is needed. But before that, 6 spirit Douluo and 18 spirit saint, these people were also high-ranking members of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Surely they can't be without even a single spirit bone. Let me hurry and search. Subsequently, Chen dissected the 6 spirit Douluo and 18 spirit saint he had killed, cutting them into pieces, and finally found 2 10,000-year spirit bones on them. For 6 dignified spirit Douluo and 18 spirit saint, only 2 10,000-year spirit bones could be found, and both were only around 20,000 years old. The rarity of spirit bones once again made Chen sigh with emotion. After all, this was the treasure of the Blood River. A single 10,000-year spirit bone was enough to make several kingdoms fight over it. Without thousands or tens of thousands of people dying, the ownership of a spirit bone could simply not be decided. Perhaps Chen's standards had become too high. He still didn't think much of the 2 20,000-year spirit bones. In any case, he would not absorb a 20,000-year spirit bone into his own body. Putting the spirit bones into his storage soul guidance device, Lu Chen glanced once more at the chaotic areas of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. He did not stop those who wanted to flee. If they did not approve of him, or even harbored resentment toward him, keeping them would only eventually become a disaster. Lu Chen turned his head to look at the main peak hall of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, released his mental force, and spread it toward the location of the main peak hall. The treasury of the 7 treasure glazed tile school must be hidden in the most secretive place in the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school. If he wanted to find it, it would certainly take some time. Lu Chen suddenly thought with some regret. I was only thinking about killing earlier. Why didn't I leave 1 or 2 survivors? It wouldn't have been too late to kill them after they revealed the location of the treasury. Now that the high-ranking members of the 7 treasure glazed tile school have all been thoroughly killed by me, I can only find the 7 treasure glazed tile school's treasury myself. As a titled Douluo who had consumed the looking through autumn water dew, Lu Chen's mental force was extremely formidable. The mental force released from his body was like mercury spilling on the ground, scanning every corner of the 7 treasure glazed tile school without any blind spots. Through the information transmitted back by his mental force, a 3-dimensional image was constructed in Lu Chen's mind, encompassing every brick, every tile, every blade of grass, and every tree of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. After checking the 7 treasure glazed tile school inside and out, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. What is going on? Why can't I find the location of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's treasury? Could the 7 treasure glazed tile school's treasury be hidden deep underground? Thinking of this, Lu Chen's mind stirred, and he manipulated his mental force to penetrate underground. Because of the obstruction of the soil, the penetration speed of his mental force was relatively slow. 100 meters underground, 300 meters underground, 500 meters underground, 800 meters underground. It took Lu Chen 10 minutes to penetrate his mental force to a position 800 meters underground. Suddenly, his spirit lifted. Through his mental force, he saw that at a position 800 meters underground, the entire mountain had been hollowed out, and in its place, an extremely vast underground space had been built. This 7 treasure glazed tile school really hid the location of its treasury deep. They actually chose to hollow out the mountain to build such an underground space. The passage leading to this underground space is also designed with layers of mechanisms. Once one rashly breaks in, not only will they have to face the attacks of those mechanisms, but the passage will also completely seal off, completely blocking outsiders from entering, as expected of a great sect with a long legacy. Under normal circumstances, even powerhouses at the level of Spirit Douluo or titled Douluo would not be able to break into this underground space. Unfortunately for you, you met me. Spirit Bone Skill Activate, Earth Burrowing. Lu Chen's 100,000-year left leg bone had a total of 2 skills. One was the transformation skill, and the other was the earth burrowing skill. He had never used the earth burrowing skill before. Today's situation was just right for the earth burrowing skill to take effect. Immediately, Lu Chen's left leg bloomed with light. The light spread rapidly, wrapping Lu Chen's entire body within it. Under the shroud of that light, Lu Chen's body slowly sank, his legs already the first to merge into the soil. So this is the feeling of earth burrowing. Lu Chen exclaimed in wonder, and then he actively burrowed toward the underground. Under the wrapping of the spirit bone light, he could not only merge with the soil but also move freely and breathe freely underground. Of course, he did not forget his purpose for using the earth burrowing skill. With a flicker of his figure, he swam toward the underground space 800 meters below. In just a moment, Lu Chen entered this underground space through the earth burrowing skill. The moment he entered this underground space, Lu Chen's vision was enveloped by a brilliant golden light. He saw that in front of Lu Chen, gold coins were piled into a mountain, and the quantity was likely several 100 million, or even more. A single gold coin was enough for a family of 3 to live for a long time. And in this underground space, there were hundreds of millions, perhaps even over 1 billion gold coins. The golden light radiating from those gold coins made Chen feel a bit dizzy. Besides gold coins, all sorts of places in this underground space were piled full of pearls, jade, agate, coral, rubies, emeralds, sapphires. Seeing this, Chen couldn't help but gasp. Although he was not a person who loved wealth very much, such a massive amount of wealth piled up in front of him still left him amazed. To say that this 7-treasure glazed tile school was the wealthiest entity on the continent was no exaggeration at all. With so much wealth, Chen could build the longevity sect. Even without a source of income, he could live off his savings for a long time. The longevity sect was currently just an empty shell. Apart from the sect name, it didn't even have half a disciple. In order to enrich the sect's personnel, Chen also wanted to build a longevity academy in the future, specifically to recruit civilian students. Chen would serve as the principal himself. Once these civilian students grew up, they would all be his trusted aides and also the core members of his longevity sect. With this wealth, Chen would not have to worry about lacking money to run the sect and the academy. Chapter 153. Emptying the treasury of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Facing such a massive amount of wealth, boss Chen immediately activated his portable space. As spatial ripples spread around his body, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing walked out from within the rippling spatial waves. The two women were completely unaware of the situation outside. Originally, they had been praying, hoping that boss Chen would be safe. As the scene before them shifted, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing returned to the real world, arriving in this underground space. Upon returning to the real world, the two women instinctively looked towards where boss Chen was. However, a golden radiance quickly caught their attention. When Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing looked over, they were so shocked they couldn't speak. The mountain of gold coins caused the two women's hearts to beat faster. After a long while, Xiao Wu murmured with eyes gleaming, "Gold coins, so many gold coins. Think of how much delicious food, beautiful clothes, and pretty jewelry this could buy. Boss Chen, where is this? How can there be so many gold coins here?" Zhu Zhuqing also swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looking at boss Chen with a face full of curiosity. Although she had an extraordinary background, being a young miss of the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire, her monthly allowance was only 100 gold coins. This mountain of gold coins before her left her incomparably shocked, and she couldn't help but say with an exaggerated tone, "Could this be the national treasury of the Heaven Dew Empire? Is the Heaven Dew Empire this wealthy? Even our Star Luo Empire's national treasury might not have this many gold coins." Boss Chen smiled slightly and said, "This is not the national treasury of the Heaven Dew Empire. This is the treasury of the 7-treasure glazed tile school." As the second-ranked sect on the continent, the 7-treasure glazed tile school's wealth can be described as rich enough to rival a nation. Not long ago, the sect master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengzhai, the guardian titled Douluo Chenzin and Gurong, as well as some high-level members of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, were all killed by me. Now, this treasury of the 7-treasure glazed tile school has become my spoils of war, or rather, the compensation that should have been given to me. After all, back in the day, before I had achieved a breakthrough to title Douluo, Ning Fengzhai had brought Chenzin and Gurong to intercept and kill me. I have never forgotten this grudge. It just so happens that today, I have properly settled the old scores with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. After finishing, boss Chen walked towards the mountain of gold coins, activated his portable space, and began to plunder the wealth that the 7-treasure glazed tile school had accumulated over countless years. As for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, they were plunged into shock once again because of boss Chen's words. Although both women felt shocked, the degree of their shock was different. Xiao Wu's shock was mild. As a beast-to-human transformation, having grown up in the Star Du Great Forest since she was young, she could be said to know everything about the spirit beasts in the Star Du Great Forest. But she didn't know as much about human society. She felt shocked only because boss Lu Chen had killed two titled Douluo, and titled Douluo were powerhouses comparable to 100,000-year spirit beasts. Xiao Wu quickly recovered, clapped her hands, and said with a smile, "Congratulations to boss Lu Chen for successfully taking revenge and for snatching so many gold coins. We can live in luxury for the rest of our lives." Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, was severely shocked. As a young miss of the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire, the education she received from a young age gave her a clear understanding of the Spirit Master's world. There are 7 major sects in the Spirit Master's world. They are divided into the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is a powerful sect ranked second among the upper 3 sects. The sect master, Ning Fengzhai, is known as the continent's #1 support soul master. One of the 2 guardian titled Douluo, Chen, has the reputation of having the continent's #1 attack power. The other guardian titled Douluo, Gu Rong, has the reputation of having the continent's #1 defensive power. These are all top powerhouses famous in the Spirit Master's world, and now they have all died at the hands of boss Lu Chen. Zhu Zhuqing knew that boss Lu Chen was strong, but she didn't expect boss Lu Chen to be this strong. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently. She was shocked by boss Lu Chen's strength, but she was also worried for boss Lu Chen. Boss Lu Chen, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has a lofty status in the Spirit Master's world. Although your strength is enough to kill Ning Fengzhai, Chen, and Gu Rong, will this cause any trouble in the future? Boss Lu Chen continued to put the gold coins into his portable space. He was very confident and said without looking back, "If anyone is not convinced, they can come and find me." Since even Ning Fengzhai, Chen, and Gu Rong were no match for me, no matter who comes, I can beat them until they are convinced. The confidence, arrogance, and rebelliousness in that tone were extremely infectious. Zhu Zhuqing's heart settled down, and looking at boss Lu Chen's upright back, her eyes couldn't help but become dazed. One might ask, in the entire Douluo Continent, who at boss Lu Chen's age could possess boss Lu Chen's strength, as well as boss Lu Chen's boldness and courage? A young girl's heart is stirred. At this moment, in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, boss Lu Chen was simply as perfect as a divinity descended to the mortal world. Being able to stay by boss Lu Chen's side, Zhu Zhuqing felt that she was truly too lucky. Not knowing what she thought of, her face turned crimson, and her eyes became shy and timid. After half an hour of looting, boss Lu Chen finally moved the mountain of gold coins in this underground space, as well as the pearls, emeralds, jade, agate, coral, and various colored gemstones, all into his portable space. Even the moonlight stones used for lighting on the surrounding walls were dug down one by boss Lu Chen and stuffed into his portable space. After finishing the looting, boss Lu Chen looked at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Xiao Wu Zhuqing, what I'm going to do next is rather bloody. If you can't accept it, then turn away and don't look." Hearing this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing looked at each other. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Wu patted her chest and said, "Boss Lu Chen, if you are going to kill anyone else, we will go with you. You have always been the one taking care of us, and we are also willing to fight side by side with you as much as we can." Zhu Zhuqing also nodded heavily, "Me too." Boss Lu Chen smiled amusedly. "It's not killing. The people who should be killed have already been killed. What I want to do is dismemberment." As his voice fell, boss Lu Chen took out Ning Fengzhai's body, which had been cut in half, Gu Rong's body, whose heart had been crushed, and Chen Zin's body, which was almost torn to pieces, from his storage soul guidance device. He placed them all on the ground in front of the 3 of them. The blood on the 3 bodies had not yet dried, and a thick, bloody smell wafted from the 3 bodies. Xiao Wu was a bit better. She was a 100,000-year spirit beast-to-human transformation, and in her long life, she had long been accustomed to death. She was not scared by the 3 corpses. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned slightly pale. After all, she was an 11-year-old girl and had never been in close contact with corpses before, especially Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong, who died more miserably than the last. Boss Lu Chen introduced in a low voice. These three people are Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong, respectively. As the sect master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the 2 guardian titled Douluo, there must be spirit bones on them. I didn't have time before, but now I finally have time. I plan to dig out the spirit bones they have fused with from their bodies. As his voice fell, Boss Lu Chen raised his palm. With a surge of black light, a 2-meter-long black iron sickle condensed in his palm. Black, red, 3 spirit rings rose from under his feet. Boss Lu Chen raised the black iron sickle and aimed it at Gu Rong's corpse. He prepared to dig out the spirit bone from Gu Rong's body first. Chapter 154, Source of Darkness and Dark Swamp Crack. Rip, the sounds of bones breaking and flesh tearing rang out continuously in this underground space. That was the commotion caused by Lu Chen wielding his black iron sickle spirit to dismember Gu Rong. Lu Chen's eyes were terrifyingly cold. He was clean and efficient when doing this sort of thing, and soon he had dismantled Gu Rong completely. Xiao Wu and Zhuqing watched with pale faces, both feeling an urge to vomit. Although they were not used to it, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Lu Chen was digging for spirit bone. As the supreme treasure of the spirit master's world, spirit bone was also very attractive to Xiao Wu and Zhuqing, so they watched intently. In a short while, Lu Chen had dug out a left arm bone and a right leg bone from Gu Rong's left arm and right leg. The 2 spirit bones were quite complete and of extremely high quality, at least around 50,000 years old, emitting a dense black light as if they were the night capable of swallowing everything. Seeing this, Lu Chen was also overjoyed. As a level 95 super Douluo, Gu Rong really did have spirit bones, and 2 of them at that, both around 50,000 years old. Although they were only limb spirit bones, they were still precious enough. In the original plot, Chen Xin and Gu Rong risked challenging Bibai Dong, who had already become a god. Under Bibai Dong's divine force skills, both were beaten into broken bones and rotten flesh. It is estimated that their spirit bones were also shattered into pieces at that time. What a waste. Lu Chen didn't mind that the 2 spirit bones were still stained with blood, so he reached out and grabbed them. Feeling the dark energy surging in his palms, Lu Chen immediately released his mental force and invaded the spirit bones. These 2 blood-stained spirit bones immediately responded to Lu Chen. As long as Lu Chen was willing, the 2 spirit bones could immediately merge into his body. It's just that Lu Chen wanted to get a full set of 100,000-year spirit bones, so he certainly wouldn't absorb these 2 that were around 50,000 years old. However, Lu Chen still learned the information about these 2 spirit bones from their response. He withdrew his mental force, looked at the curious Xiao Wu and Zhuqing, smiled slightly, and introduced them. This left arm bone has a spirit ability called Source of Darkness. This is an auxiliary ability. As long as you use Source of Darkness, you can add dark energy to any spirit ring ability, causing the original power of the spirit ring ability to increase by about 40%. This right leg bone has a spirit ability called Dark Swamp. This is a domain ability. As long as you use Dark Swamp, you can form a dark space with corrosive effects within a range of 100 meters. As long as the enemy falls into the dark swamp, they will suffer constant erosion from dark energy. Not only will their movements be greatly restricted, but even their strength will be suppressed. After hearing Lu Chen's introduction, Xiao Wu and Zhuqing both looked amazed. The Source of Darkness left arm bone and the Dark Swamp right leg bone were both very practical abilities that could greatly enhance the host's strength. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen looked at the 2 amazed women and said, Xiao Wu, in a while, when I dig out spirit bones from Chen Xin and Ning Fengzhai, I will definitely prioritize you. But these 2 dark attribute spirit bones are clearly more suitable for Zhuqing. Zhuqing, take these 2 spirit bones. This underground space is very safe and I will guard you. You can absorb them now. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhuking, who had just been amazed, suddenly looked stunned. She stretched out her finger, pointed at her own nose, and said in disbelief, "Both spirit bones for me." Lu Chen smiled slightly and nodded again to confirm. Zhuking felt like she was dreaming. She stood there blankly. Those were spirit bones, and two of extremely high quality at that. Lu Chen had already lent her the Evil God Pearl so she could increase her cultivate speed, but the Evil God Pearl was different from Spirit Bone. She hadn't absorbed the Evil God Pearl, so if Lu Chen needed it, she could return it at any time. Once a Spirit Bone was absorbed by her, it would be integrated into her body. In the future, unless her limbs were cut off, she would have no way to return the Spirit Bone. While Zhuking was dazed, Xiao Wu acted very openly. She reached out and pressed on Zhuking's lower back, pushing her forward a few steps with a little force. "Zhuking, what are you still dazed for? Since Boss Lu Chen is giving it to you, just take it. Remember to say thank you." Zhuking walked to Lu Chen's side, reached out her slender, fair hand, and took the two spirit bones with some trembling. Feeling the dark energy emitted from the spirit bones, Zhuking pursed her lips and looked up at the tall Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, you gave me both of these precious spirit bones. Do you have no requirements for me?" In her heart, Zhuking was already prepared to offer herself. Lu Chen was really too good to her, even giving her two such high-quality spirit bones. After thinking about it, the only thing she could use to repay Lu Chen now was her body. Now, no matter what request Lu Chen made, even if it was a bit perverted, Zhuking could agree without hesitation. It wasn't that Zhuking was belittling herself. It was really because Lu Chen gave too much. Lu Chen looked at Zhuking's clear, firm eyes. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "My requirement for you. After absorbing the spirit bones, you must work twice as hard to cultivate." I robbed the 7 treasure glazed tile school of their territory, and I plan to establish my own sect here. But I don't have many people I can use around me. You should cultivate well and grow up as soon as possible so that I can entrust you with important tasks. Hearing Lu Chen's request, Zhuking was stunned for a moment. It wasn't that the request was too difficult, on the contrary, it was too simple. It was actually just to cultivate well, and not to do some shameful things to her. Zhuking looked at Lu Chen's clear eyes, and a sudden impulse surged in her heart. She turned around, not daring to look directly at Xiao Wu, and said quickly with her head lowered, "Xiao Wu, I'm sorry." After speaking, Zhuking turned back around. Because Lu Chen was nearly 2 meters tall, several heads taller than her, so she could only leap up and jump into Lu Chen's arms, wrapping her round thighs around Lu Chen's waist and hugging his neck with her slender arms. While Lu Chen was stunned, she pursed her lips and kissed him on the face. "Moi, moi, moi, moi." Xiao Wu watched with wide eyes, waving her claws and saying excitedly, "Good for you, Zhuking, you actually beat me to it. No, I haven't kissed him yet." Before she finished speaking, Xiao Wu ran over, pushed Zhuking away, and jumped into Lu Chen's arms herself. Then she repeated the action Zhuking had just done. Moi, 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 moi. In just a short while, Lu Chen had a face full of saliva. Zhuking's face was flushed red. Holding the 2 spirit bones in her hands and feeling the dark energy emanating from them, she excitedly walked to the side and began to try to absorb the spirit bones. She absorbed the source of darkness left arm bone first. Chapter 155. Aurora blade and star-shattering flash. After Zhuking had begun absorbing the spirit bone, Lu Chen pulled Xiao Wu off his body, wiped the saliva off his face, waved his hand, and said, all right, it's all spit. There are still things to do, go wait to the side." Xiao Wu smiled slyly and obediently went to the side to wait. Lu Chen continued to pick up the black iron sickle and began to excavate the spirit bone from Chen Xin's dismembered body. Only a moment later, Lu Chen successfully excavated 2 spirit bones. It was interesting to note that the 2 spirit bones on Chen Xin's body and the 2 on Gu Rong's body were in the same locations. Both were the left arm bone and right leg bone. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered by the fact that the 2 spirit bones were still stained with blood and reached out to grab them. The spirit bone on this sword Douluo naturally wouldn't be ordinary. The 2 spirit bones were completely intact and of extremely high quality. The age of the spirit bone would certainly not be less than 50,000 years. Holding these two spirit bones in his hand, he could clearly perceive the sharp aura radiating from them. Chen, just like before, released a wisp of mental force, merged it into the spirit bones, and immediately received a response from them. After figuring out the abilities of these two spirit bones, Chen withdrew his mental force and smiled at Xiao Wu. This left arm bone has a skill called Aurora Blade. It is a single-target strong attack skill that can convert spirit power into a glowing white blade over 3 feet long. It possesses extremely powerful piercing and cutting capabilities. In close combat, it can make one invincible. As for this right leg bone, it has a skill called Star-Shattering Flash. It is an area of effect strong attack skill that can convert spirit power into hundreds of tiny, fragmented flashes of light. The attack method is extremely flexible. You can either hit one person with hundreds of tiny, fragmented flashes of light, turning them into a sieve, or use the hundreds of tiny, fragmented flashes of light to attack several people around you separately, preventing them from surrounding you. Xiao Wu, you are a strong attack spirit master, but your waist bow skill, charm skill, and teleportation skill cannot be considered true strong attack skills. They can only be used in conjunction with your jujutsu. These two spirit bones are very suitable for you. Aurora Blade, a single-target strong attack skill, and Star-Shattering Flash, an area of effect strong attack skill. With these two true strong attack skills, combined with your charm and teleportation, there will be no one among spirit masters of the same rank who is your opponent. Here, take them. Absorb both of these spirit bones right here in this underground space. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up upon hearing Chen's introduction. In fact, Xiao Wu had always known her limitations. As a strong attack spirit master, her strong attack capability was mediocre. After all, she was a 100,000-year soft bones rabbit who had transformed. Her abilities, waist bow, charm, teleportation, paragon golden body, void. The existence of these abilities was more for escaping and saving her life than for attacking. Therefore, Xiao Wu, as a strong attack spirit master, had always been somewhat unworthy of the name. However, by obtaining the two skills, Aurora Blade and Star-Shattering Flash, Xiao Wu's strong attack capability would be greatly improved. Use charm to control the opponent first, then use teleportation to charge in, followed by unleashing Aurora Blade or Star-Shattering Flash. A single combo could take out any opponent. Xiao Wu excitedly trotted forward, took the two spirit bones from Chen's hands, and said with a chuckle, "Boss Chen, then I won't stand on ceremony with you. With these two strong attack skills, once my spirit power improves, I will definitely be able to become your right-hand person." Xiao Wu said this very firmly. Afterwards, she ran to the side to absorb the spirit bone. After sitting cross-legged, she first absorbed the Aurora Blade left arm bone. As her spirit power merged into the spirit bone, it bloomed with a glowing white light. While blooming with light, that left arm bone melted into streams of white kai, which then merged into Xiao Wu's left arm. Xiao Wu's small face immediately tightened, and she frowned slightly. Although there was no danger in absorbing a spirit bone, Xiao Wu's strength was still very weak. She was only a rank 31 spirit elder. Absorbing a high-quality spirit bone of over 50,000 years was definitely not an easy task. It would inevitably take a long time to truly fuse completely with that spirit bone. On the other side, the location where Zhuking was absorbing the spirit bone was already shrouded in a mass of dense, inseparable black mist. That mass of black mist radiated terrifying dark energy, as if it could swallow all light. Chen had eaten the looking through autumn water dew, and possessed the ability to see through all strange objects, which allowed him to see through that layer of black mist to see Zhuking inside. Zhuking's situation was not good either. A look of pain would appear on her fair little face from time to time. As a rank 28 spirit grandmaster, if she wanted to successfully absorb a high-quality spirit bone of about 50,000 years, she must undergo tempering. Only after being tempered by the spirit bone's energy could she truly fuse with it. This was just the beginning, but as long as Zhuking persisted, received the tempering from the spirit bone's energy, and became one with that spirit bone, the improvement it could bring her would be unimaginable. Chen looked at Xiao Wu, then at Zhuking, and then withdrew his gaze. Absorbing the spirit bone is up to you both. I can't help with this. Now that the spirit bones on Chen Xin and Gu Rong have been dug out by me, Ning Fengzhai, as the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, must also have spirit bones on him. It's truly something to look forward to. Lu Chen picked up the black iron sickle again, walked towards Ning Fengzhai's corpse and swung the black iron sickle, dismembering the body. After a search, he successfully dug out 2 spirit bones from his body, a skull and a right arm bone. A look of joy appeared on Lu Chen's face. Not bad. Ning Fengzhai actually has a skull. Among all 6 spirit bones, the head spirit bone and the torso spirit bone are the most precious. The other 4 limb spirit bones cannot compare to the head and torso spirit bones. Looking at the integrity of this spirit bone, the quality is also very high, at least 60 or 70,000 years old, perhaps even a legacy spirit bone of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Lu Chen withdrew his spirit, held the skull and right arm bone in his hands, released a wisp of mental force, and merged it into the 2 spirit bones to determine their abilities. A moment later, Lu Chen withdrew his mental force, and with joy on his face, he said, "The skill of the head spirit bone is called mental stability. This is a passive skill that can immunize against all mental shocks, charm, and illusions. It can even resist the soul shock of a 10,000-year spirit ring when absorbing a spirit ring. The skill of the right arm bone is called mirror reflection. It can condense a mirror through spirit power to reflect received attacks back. With Ning Fengzhai's cultivation, the mirror reflection he displayed could at most reflect attacks at the spirit saint level. It was truly a waste for this spirit bone to be on him. If it were given to a titled Douluo to use, the mirror reflection displayed could even reflect an attack at the titled Douluo level once. As a support soul master, Ning Fengzhai absorbing such a spirit bone was able to improve his self-preservation ability. When I killed Ning Fengzhai earlier, he didn't use mirror reflection. I guess he thought that with Gu Rong's protection, my attack couldn't hurt him. As a result, he didn't expect that my space-rending slash was an attack from another dimension, which directly pierced through Gu Rong's body and cut Ning Fengzhai in half. He hadn't even used this skill before he died. I already have the Void Mantis skull, and Xiao Wu and Zhuking have also received Chen Xin's and Gu Rong's spirit bones respectively. Let's leave this Ning Fengzhai's head spirit bone and right arm spirit bone for Yan Yan. Next, I still have to go to the ice and fire yin-yang well to pick some immortal herbs. These spirit bones will serve as compensation for Brother Dugu and Yan Yan. Afterwards, Lu Chen put Ning Fengzhai's spirit bones into the storage soul guidance device, cleaned up the body parts on the scene, and took away all the storage soul guidance devices from the 3 people. After doing all this, Lu Chen began to meditate to recover the spirit power consumed in the previous battle. Chapter 156. Heading to Sunset Forest inside the treasure vault of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Lu Chen sat in meditation to recover his spirit power. Xiao Wu and Zhuking were each absorbing their own spirit bone. Time passed quickly. Soon, a full day and night had gone by. Lu Chen was the first to wake. As his eyelashes fluttered gently, he opened his deep, boundless eyes. A brilliant luster flowed within his eyes, giving off an intense pressure that made people afraid to meet his gaze. Having gone through the previous great battle, Lu Chen's spirit power had become increasingly refined. As his spirit power circulated, it surged through his meridians like a rushing river, and power poured forth from his body continuously. His rapid progress in spirit power was all thanks to the spirit ring attached to his second martial soul. Such high-intensity combat served as excellent tempering for his spirit power. Comfortable, the spirit power, physical strength, and mental force I consumed before have all been restored. Lu Chen stood up and stretched, his bones cracking and popping like roasting beans. Then he looked toward Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. I wonder if Xiao Wu and Zhuqing have woken up yet. Lu Chen looked at Xiao Wu first. He saw Xiao Wu sitting upright, forming a peculiar hand seal. Her body was enveloped in pink-white spirit power, and behind her, that pink-white spirit power had coalesced into a furry spirit beast. It was a soft bones rabbit, but it was exceptionally large, chubby, and round. As its pair of red eyes blinked, they revealed a unique sense of charm. As time passed, the chubby soft bones rabbit spat out a white ball of light. The white ball of light landed on Xiao Wu, then rapidly shattered to form a white spirit ring. The white spirit ring, along with the other 3 spirit rings, floated up and down around Xiao Wu's body, rhythmically pulsing. The white spirit ring was particularly eye-catching, however, as that white spirit ring pulsed back and forth, its color was gradually deepening. After a period of time, the white spirit ring transformed into a yellow spirit ring. After another period of time, the yellow spirit ring transformed into a purple spirit ring. This was not the end. The purple spirit ring's color was still deepening. It seemed to be testing the limits of Xiao Wu's body step by step. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled. 2 spirit bones over 50,000 years old actually allowed Xiao Wu to achieve a breakthrough of 10 levels of spirit power. She has even started to condense her 4th spirit ring. High-quality spirit bones are indeed worthy of being treasures in the spirit master's world. This effect is comparable to consuming an immortal herb. If Xiao Wu can consume another immortal herb, then the distance to breaking through rank 50 spirit power probably won't be far. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing as my right and left hands, once their strength improves, I will have people I can use by my side. Right, there is also Zhuqing. Lu Chen turned his head to look at Zhu Zhuqing's position again. Zhu Zhuqing was sitting cross-legged on the ground, with faint wisps of black mist lingering around her. With every breath she took, that black mist was inhaled into her body. When the last wisp of black mist was inhaled into her body, she let out a long breath of turbid air and opened her clear, black and white eyes. The moment Lu Chen looked at Zhu Zhuqing also looked at Lu Chen. Zhu Zhuqing's deep eyes seemed to possess a certain suction, capable of devouring one's soul. It was only because Lu Chen's mental force was extremely stable that he remained completely unaffected. Had it been anyone else with weaker strength, they would probably have been unable to move by now. The benefits of Zhu Zhuqing absorbing 2 dark attribute spirit bones were incredibly astonishing. Not only was her body strengthened, her meridians widened, and her spirit power improved, but even her spirit had undergone a huge evolution. Zhu Zhuqing's Hell Sivet spirit had not truly entered the ranks of top-tier spirits. It was merely an outstanding one among high-tier spirits. This time, benefiting from the tempering of the 2 dark attribute spirit bones, her Hell Sivet spirit crossed that threshold in one go, entering the ranks of top-tier spirits. This greatly enhanced Zhu Zhuqing's talent, raised her future ceiling, and gave her the potential to become a titled Douluo in the future. The look in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she gazed at Lu Chen was full of gratitude. Lu Chen floated to Zhu Zhuqing's side and extended his hand toward her. Zhuqing, how do you feel? Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing extended her fair, delicate hand and placed it on Lu Chen's large hand. With a strong pull from Lu Chen, she stood up from the ground. I feel very good. My spirit has evolved, and the Hell Sivet has entered the ranks of top-tier spirits. It is not impossible to break through to title Douluo in the future. My spirit power has also reached rank 30, but I feel this is not the limit. It is just because I have not yet obtained my 3rd spirit ring, so the accumulated spirit power has not been released. Lu Chen nodded in understanding and said with a smile, as a spirit grandmaster, absorbing 2 50,000-year spirit bones would at least increase your spirit power by 10 levels. Now that Xiao Wu has not yet woken up, once she does, I will take you to Sunset Forest to hunt a spirit beast so you can absorb your 3rd spirit ring. Zhuqing nodded gently, not saying any words of thanks, saying those now would be too distant. Her cold, beautiful face melted like an iceberg, leaving only a pool of spring water, and tender affection flowed in her eyes. A moment later, Zhu Yuqing turned to look at Xiao Wu. Although she already knew Xiao Wu's true identity, Zhu Yuqing was still amazed. That was a living, breathing 100,000-year spirit beast. However, putting that identity aside, Xiao Wu was now her good sister and best friend. Seeing Xiao Wu condensing her fourth spirit ring and about to become a four-ring spirit ancestor, she was also happy for her. Lu Chen and Zhu Yuqing waited for another half-hour before Xiao Wu finally finished condensing her spirit ring. Relying on the physical constitution strengthened by absorbing 2 spirit bones, her fourth spirit ring was at least equivalent to one produced by an 8,000-year spirit beast. Xiao Wu opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lu Chen and Zhu Yuqing, she immediately shared her joy with them. Boss Lu Chen Yuqing, I have become a four-ring spirit ancestor. My fourth spirit ability is one of my favorite abilities from the past. You would never imagine it. My fourth spirit ability is called Paragon Golden Body. Once I activate Paragon Golden Body, for 3 seconds, my defense is invincible. No one can break it. Lu Chen smiled without a word. His space-rending slash specifically countered these flashy defensive skills. Attacks from another dimension didn't care if your defense was invincible. They could directly attack your main body. However, seeing Xiao Wu so happy, Lu Chen didn't dampen her spirits. He smiled and said, Your fourth spirit ring has been condensed, but Yuqing's third spirit ring is still nowhere to be found. Since you have woken up, let's set off together to Sunset Forest to help Yuqing hunt a spirit beast for her third spirit ring. Hearing this, Xiao Wu looked at Zhu Yuqing, knowing that this must be because Zhu Yuqing had broken through to rank 30 spirit power after absorbing the 2 spirit bones. She smiled and said, Yuqing, congratulations on breaking through to rank 30 spirit power. Let's set off immediately, but how are we going to get out of here? Lu Chen answered Xiao Wu with action. He scooped up Xiao Wu with one hand and Zhu Yuqing with the other, activating his left leg's spirit bone ability, Earth Burrowing. Wrapped in a burst of light, Lu Chen carried Xiao Wu and Zhu Yuqing and flew toward the ceiling. They didn't crash into the ceiling as Xiao Wu and Yuqing had imagined, but instead merged directly into it, traveling rapidly through the soil. In just a short while, they returned to the surface. Xiao Wu and Zhu Yuqing were both very surprised. They hadn't expected Lu Chen to have such an earth-burrowing ability. In their eyes, Lu Chen was simply omnipotent. With Lu Chen's reappearance, the remaining disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School elected a representative who came before Lu Chen, bowed, and said flatteringly, Your Excellency, I am Zhu Mo. We, over 800 Outer Sect disciples, are willing to join your longevity sect. We do not know how you plan to arrange us. Lu Chen glanced at the flattering middle-aged man before him. He released his mental force to scan him, and from the fluctuations of the other party's spirit power, he knew that the person was a spirit king. Those 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School disciples who were gifted and loyal had long since fled down the mountain with their families. Those left behind now were mostly mediocre, and many were even opportunists. Lu Chen had no one to use right now, so he prepared to make do and accept them first. If they could be used in the future, he would use them. If they couldn't, he would drive them away. He said indifferently, Fine, 800 is 800. Since you are the representative they elected, I will first make you the Outer Sect Grand Elder to manage the 800 Outer Sect disciples. You are responsible for compiling a list of these 800 disciples, names, ages, physical conditions, spirit situations, spirit power levels, and so on, and reporting it to me in the end. Since you are willing to stay, I will not treat you poorly. Once my longevity sect is officially established, I will issue 3 months of salary to each of you as a settling-in allowance. In the future, as long as you work earnestly, I will promote you to inner sect disciples at my discretion. That Zhu Mo was overjoyed. As a mere spirit king, he never thought he would one day become an outer sect grand elder. Staying behind was indeed the right choice. He immediately knelt and saluted, saying, Many thanks, Your Excellency. No, many thanks, Sect Master. Your subordinate will go and compile the situation of the outer sect disciples and convey your instructions, Sect Master. If they know that you are willing to distribute 3 months of salary as a settling-in allowance, they will surely be grateful." As his voice fell, Zhu Mo stood up and backed away. Only after walking far away did he turn and stride away. Lu Chen shook his head while looking at Zhu Mo's back, a spirit king, hardly of great use. In the 7-treasure glazed tile school, those willing to stay are mostly opportunists, and I can only make do with them. Xiao Wu Zhuking, you must cultivate hard. In the future, this longevity sect of mine will still need to rely on you to share my burdens. Let's go, we are setting off for Sunset Forest. Then Lu Chen picked up Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking, rose directly into the air, and flew away in the direction of Sunset Forest. Chapter 157. The conversation between Zhu Yi and Zhu King. While Lu Chen was taking Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking to the Sunset Forest, the news of his forceful killing of Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong, and his disbanding of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, had spread like wildfire over the course of a day and a night, thanks to the disciples who had fled the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Major cities within the Heaven Dew Empire were flooded with disciples from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. They accused Lu Chen of being cruel, tyrannical, and cold-blooded, crying about their grievances and their homelessness after leaving the 7-treasure glazed tile school. This caused a massive shock throughout the spirit master's world of the Heaven Dew Empire. Ning Fengzhai was the continent's #1 support spirit saint. Chen Xin was the titled Douluo with the highest attack power on the continent. Gu Rong was the titled Douluo with the highest defensive power on the continent. Chen Xin and Gu Rong were already outstanding among titled Douluo, and with the support of Ning Fengzhai, they could even take on 4 opponents. But even so, Lu Chen had forcefully killed Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong while facing 3 opponents alone. Doesn't that mean that Lu Chen, as a single titled Douluo, was worth 5 or 6 titled Douluo? Because without a siege of 5 or 6 titled Douluo, it would be impossible to kill Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong. There was one more thing. How did Lu Chen, this 100,000-year blue-silver emperor spirit beast that had undergone beast-to-human transformation and was wanted by Spirit Hall, become a titled Douluo? Didn't previous reports say he was only a spirit saint? Subsequently, more details spread. Lu Chen's first spirit, the blue-silver emperor, possessed 9 spirit rings, 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red. Furthermore, he also had a second martial soul, a 2-meter-long black scythe, which possessed 3 spirit rings, 2 black and 1 red. This information left everyone shocked and speechless. Can a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor that underwent beast-to-human transformation possess a second martial soul? Obviously impossible. So Lu Chen was not a spirit beast that had undergone beast-to-human transformation. He was a possessor of twin spirits, and he possessed more than 100,000-year spirit ring. Those were 100,000-year spirit rings, priceless treasures in the eyes of any spirit master. Lu Chen had 300,000-year spirit rings all by himself, which drove all spirit masters crazy and filled them with a deep sense of awe for Lu Chen. Perhaps because Lu Chen's strength was so legendary, many people only cared about his spirit rings and why he could break common sense, while selectively ignoring the fact that he had killed Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong, and disbanded the 7-treasure glazed tile school. They had to ignore it, didn't they? Lu Chen's vindictive nature was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Because Ning Fengzhai had brought Chen Xin and Gu Rong to intercept and kill him, after he grew strong enough, he killed Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong, and also disbanded the 7-treasure glazed tile school. This was the second largest sect on the continent, an existence that countless people looked up to. And just like that, it was gone. Ordinary people might sigh, but they absolutely dared not condemn Lu Chen for this. Those who dared to have opinions about Lu Chen were all powerful factions. For example, Emperor Zhu Yi in the imperial study of the palace in Heaven Dew City. Emperor Zhu Yi slapped the table in front of him with a bang. His face was full of rage, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and his hair and beard stood on end like an angry lion. He roared angrily, unreasonable. Simply unreasonable. If this Lu Chen felt wronged, why didn't he come to find me? I could have mediated between him and Schoolmaster Ning. Whether it was asking Schoolmaster Ning to bow his head and admit his mistake, or wanting Schoolmaster Ning to provide compensation, we could have sat down and talked about it slowly. Instead, look at what he did. He ran straight to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, killed Schoolmaster Ning, sword Douluo and bone Douluo, and even disbanded the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Does he not know that the 7 treasure glazed tile school supports our Heavendu imperial family and is an important ally for our Heavendu empire in resisting Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire? With Schoolmaster Ning, sword Douluo, and bone Douluo dead, and the 7 treasure glazed tile school disbanded, this has cut off an arm of our Heavendu imperial family. No, this absolutely cannot be left like this. We must make Lu Chen pay the price and let him know what a monstrous crime he has committed. Hearing Emperor Zhu Yi's words, the ministers around him looked at each other, not daring to respond, with Lu Chen's strength, who in their entire Heavendu empire could make him pay the price. Especially the 3 committee members of the Heavendu Imperial Academy, committee member Meng Shenji, committee member Bai Baoshan, and committee member Zhai Lin. They felt bitter and dizzy. Who could have imagined it? Lu Chen, whom they had refused to accept just a moment ago, had turned around and gone to the 7 treasure glazed tile school to commit a massacre. If they had known Lu Chen's strength was so terrifying, they certainly wouldn't have rejected Lu Chen so decisively. Now they couldn't help but reflect, was this catastrophe caused by them? Just as the ministers were silent, Crown Prince Zhu King stepped out. A look of perfectly appropriate sadness appeared on his face, but his words were full of cold calculation. Father, my teacher has been killed, and I am also deeply saddened. But at this time, we must be even calmer and absolutely cannot be swayed by emotions. The dead cannot be brought back to life. My teacher, as well as sword Douluo and bone Douluo, are already dead. The dead cannot bring any benefits to our Heavendu imperial family. For the sake of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, to go and confront the unfathomably powerful Lu Chen, I believe, is simply not worth the loss. In my view, we should be more pragmatic. We, the Heavendu imperial family, can step forward and give my teacher, as well as sword Douluo and bone Douluo, a grand funeral. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. As for Lu Chen, we cannot have any condemnation for him, otherwise we would just be pushing him to the opposite side of us. Lu Chen, as a single titled Douluo, is worth 5 or 6 titled Douluo. If we can win him over to become an ally of our Heavendu imperial family, it can fill the vacancy left by the 7 treasure glazed tile school and continue to deter Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire. If Lu Chen wants to establish a sect, then I will personally step forward, send a gift, and give him enough face. I believe he will be willing to accept the goodwill of our Heavendu imperial family. Emperor Zhu Yi gradually calmed down. He had to admit that what Zhu King said made a lot of sense. Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong were already dead. The value of the dead was greatly discounted. To make an enemy of a titled Douluo who was in his prime and had unfathomable strength for the sake of a few dead people, no one with a brain would do that. He had just been speaking in a fit of anger, and as a result, none of his ministers had tried to persuade him, and he couldn't take back what he had said on his own initiative. It left Emperor Zhu Yi in a bit of a difficult position. Fortunately, Zhu King had stepped forward and prepared a way out for Emperor Zhu Yi. Following this path, Emperor Zhu Yi stepped down. My son's words are reasonable. But the look Emperor Zhu Yi gave Zhu King was a bit strange, and he felt a little creeped out. His own son was so cold that even he felt a chill down his spine. His teacher had died. Yet his first reaction was not anger, but instead, he extremely calmly weighed the pros and cons, and even made the decision to win over the murderer. This cold-bloodedness was born for playing politics. He was a good seedling for an emperor. As the emperor of the Heaven Dew Empire, Zhu Yi greatly appreciated Zhu King. But as a father, Zhu Yi couldn't help but develop a deep suspicion toward this cold son of his. After a long time, Emperor Zhu Yi sighed, "King, you have truly grown up. You already possess the mindset of an emperor and are able to think about the future of the Heaven Dew Empire from a comprehensive perspective. I am very gratified." Those last few words, although he said he was very gratified, inevitably revealed a bit of gritted teeth. Zhu King quickly bowed, his demeanor respectful, even a little panicked. "I dare not. Father is the emperor of the Heaven Dew Empire. Only Father can decide the future of the Heaven Dew Empire. My humble opinions are just to help Father check for gaps and make up for omissions." Seeing Zhu King's terrified attitude, Zhu Yi relaxed slightly. Even if Zhu King was a wolf, as long as he was obedient enough in front of him, then he would have the confidence to suppress him. Zhu Yi sat back in his chair, pressing his hands on the armrests, and said, "King, what you said makes sense. Do as you said." Schoolmaster Ning, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo were allies of our Heaven Dew imperial family. Since they are dead, we cannot do nothing. We must give them a grand funeral, and I will attend the mourning personally. Taking advantage of this funeral, we can gather the spirit masters of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. After the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was disbanded, they have nowhere to go, so they can just be used by our Heaven Dew imperial family. And Schoolmaster Ning's daughter, Sai. Her father was killed. She must be feeling very bad right now. Escorted by some loyal servants, she fled to Heaven Dew City to seek refuge. We cannot sit idly by. Committee Member Meng, in a moment, you will step forward in the name of the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy to bring Schoolmaster Ning's daughter, that girl named Ning Rongrong, to the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy to be well-trained. With Ning Rongrong in hand, the disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will inevitably slowly lean towards our Heaven Dew Imperial family, especially the huge business landscape of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If we can take it all, it will be enough to greatly replenish the national treasury. King, you are on good terms with that Lu Chen, so the task of winning Lu Chen over is left to you. Do not let me down. You must make Lu Chen an ally of our Heaven Dew imperial family. After speaking, the ministers at the scene responded in unison. Your Majesty is wise. We accept the decree. Chapter 158. The true thoughts of Zhu King after the ministers walked out of the imperial study. Committee Member Meng Shenji, Committee Member Bai Baoshan, and Committee Member Zhai Lin, the 3 committee members of the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy, walked to Zhu King's side with perfect tacit understanding. Committee Member Meng Shenji hesitated for a moment, and after considering it repeatedly, he spoke in a low voice. Your Highness, the words you just said in front of His Majesty should not have been spoken by you personally. You could have completely instructed us to say them. Sect Master Ning was your teacher. After Sect Master Ning was killed, you really shouldn't have been so calm. Although you were also considering the Heaven Dew Empire, we can all understand your good intentions. However, His Majesty will surely think you are rather cold-blooded, and he might even develop some ideas about you. Sai, Your Highness, you are truly suffering too much. Sect Master Ning was killed by someone, and your heart must be filled with unbearable grief. Yet for the sake of the Heaven Dew Empire, His Majesty still requires you to suppress the immense pain in your heart and go recruit Lu Chen, the murderer. The sacrifice you have made for the Heaven Dew Empire is too great. Zhu King showed a look of sorrow on his face, glanced at the 3 committee members, Committee Member Meng Shenji, Committee Member Bai Baoshan, and Committee Member Zhai Lin, and said in a calm yet incomparably firm voice, Father Emperor carries the entire Heaven Dew Empire on his shoulders. As the Crown Prince of the Heaven Dew Empire, I naturally need to share his burdens and carry half of the Heaven Dew Empire. My teacher was killed by someone. As his disciple, I wish I could personally lead troops to kill the enemy with my own hands. But as the Crown Prince of the Heaven Dew Empire, I cannot lead the Heaven Dew Empire into a pit of fire. Perhaps this will make me endure the harassment of gossip, but for the sake of the Heaven Dew Empire, I do not care. Committee Member Meng, you should all head back quickly. According to Father Emperor's instructions, bring Rongrong to the Heavendu Imperial Academy to be well nurtured. As long as Rongrong can grow up, this will be the best consolation for teacher. Zhu Qing's words moved committee member Meng Shenji, committee member Bai Baoshan, and committee member Zhai Lin deeply. The 370 or 80-year-old men were so moved that tears were about to flow down. Their crown prince was truly too great. For the sake of the Heavendu Empire, he was willing to endure such huge grievances and willing to make such heavy sacrifices. This was the most perfect imperial heir in their minds, worthy of their sworn allegiance. Committee member Meng Shenji's expression was solemn, his eyes filled with determination, and he bowed and said, "Please rest assured, Your Highness. We will go and find Ning Rongrong right now, and in the name of the Heavendu Imperial Academy, take her away and nurture her well. The three of us can guarantee with our spirits that we will definitely nurture Ning Rongrong into a talent, so that sect master Ning's spirit in heaven can rest in peace." After speaking, the three committee members, committee member Meng Shenji, committee member Bai Baoshan, and committee member Zhai Lin, bowed solemnly to Zhu Qing once more, then turned and hurried away. Watching the backs of the three as they left, Zhu Qing still wore a look of sorrow on his face, but she was calm inside, and she didn't feel any anger regarding the killing of Ning Fengzhai. The complex emotions in her heart were all because of Lu Chen, Lu Chen. To think that I only know your real name today. Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen, you have truly shocked me again and again. Twin spirits, the first spirit is the blue-silver emperor, the second spirit is a black sickle. The first spirit has already become a titled Douluo, possessing 9 spirit rings, 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red. The second spirit also possesses 3 spirit rings, and it is an astonishing spirit ring configuration of 2 black and 1 red. I was once confident that I could take you under my command, but looking at it now, that was nothing more than my wishful thinking. A dignified titled Douluo would absolutely never submit to others. This is my last time trying to recruit you. Your talent and your potential have already exceeded my imagination. As long as you are willing to become my assistant, whatever you want, I can give it to you. If you are not willing to become my assistant, with your world-shocking talent and terrifying potential, sooner or later you will become my enemy, and an enemy that makes me feel desperate and unable to resist. Perhaps I will have to ask grandfather for help, letting grandfather take action with the elders of the Elder Hall, and before your second spirit is attached with 9 spirit rings, thoroughly eliminate you and curb your growth. Lu Chen, I beg you. I really do not want to go to that step. I hope you do not disappoint me. Zhu Qing's eyes flickered, eventually turning into a complexity that was impossible to see through. Zhu Qing greatly appreciated Lu Chen's talent, if not for the fact that she still had to carry out her undercover mission to seize the political power of the Heavendu Empire. She would definitely use her true face to ask Lu Chen for advice on the Tao of cultivation and become close friends with him. But as the young lord of Spirit Hall, she carried the ideal of Spirit Hall, unifying the Douluo Continent on her shoulders. She had to suppress her emotions and could not act on impulse. Otherwise, all the efforts she had made before would fall short of success. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Qing strode out of the imperial palace. After returning to the crown prince's residence, she immediately arranged for people to go to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to inquire about Lu Chen's whereabouts. The information received was that Lu Chen had arranged for a Grand Elder to be responsible for incorporating some of the disciples left behind by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As for Lu Chen himself, he was missing, and no one knew where he had gone. Zhu Qing was helpless about this. Titled Douluo come and go as they please. Even if she had an intelligence network spread across the Douluo continent, it was very difficult to track the whereabouts of a titled Douluo. In desperation, Zhu Qing could only plant eyes and ears outside the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, so that once Lu Chen returned to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, they would immediately report to her. The plan to recruit Lu Chen could not be carried out smoothly because Lu Chen was missing. However, the Heaven-Do imperial family quickly took action regarding the recruitment of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school disciples. In the capacity of an ally of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school, the Heaven-Do imperial family issued an obituary with extreme solemnity, announcing the deaths of Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong, and set about holding an extremely grand funeral for them. This attracted those 7 treasure-glazed tile school disciples to come and mourn, taking the opportunity to incorporate all of those 7 treasure-glazed tile school disciples under their command. As for the wishes of those 7 treasure-glazed tile school disciples who hoped the Heaven-Do imperial family would step forward to punish the murderer Lu Chen, the Heaven-Do imperial family did not pay much attention to it. Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong were all dead, and the remaining 7 treasure-glazed tile school disciples had become stray dogs. In the eyes of the Heaven-Do imperial family, being able to give these stray dogs a place to stay was something they should be grateful for. If they had any more unrealistic ideas, then they should not blame the Heaven-Do imperial family for turning heartless. After all, Emperor Zhu did not just want to gather the 7 treasure-glazed tile school disciples, he also wanted to recruit Lu Chen as an ally. It was a typical case of wanting everything. If one were to ask where Emperor Zhu got his confidence, it could only be attributed to this feudal system on the Douluo Continent. Imperial power is supreme. Because in the Douluo Continent, under a Western fantasy background, there had not been a single bottom-up peasant uprising that completely overthrew the corrupt rule of an emperor and an empire, which made emperors quite sacred on the Douluo Continent. Even a titled Douluo would never dare to act recklessly by relying on their power in front of the emperor. This invisible order tightly bound everyone on the Douluo Continent at the ideological level. Even the Spirit Hall, with its deep foundation, possessing Kaiyan Dailiu, a level 99 Super Douluo, Bibai Dong, a level 98 Super Douluo, as well as 6 other Super Douluo elders and 9 other titled Douluo elders, wanted to seize the political power of the Heaven-Do Empire, yet they actually needed to send out the young Lord of Spirit Hall, having Kaiyan Renksu disguise herself as Zhu King to carry out the plan to steal the country. This shows how deep-rooted the feudal imperial power is. Chapter 159. Bibai Dong's fury after the 7 treasure-glazed tile school disbanded. The Clear Sky sect, which also belonged to the upper 3 sects, had no particular reaction. Because they were living in seclusion to avoid the world, only Tang Yueshua was active outside, and she received information very slowly. However, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, also one of the upper 3 sects, reacted much more strongly. With a single order from Clan Master Yu Yuanjin, all the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan currently outside were summoned back, and he warned them not to mention that they had once investigated Lu Chen. Yu Yuanjin had such a reaction because he had believed Bibai Dong's words and had previously sent people to track Lu Chen's whereabouts. He was worried that, given Lu Chen's vengeful nature, he would come to cause trouble for their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. It was better to be safe than sorry. They prepared in advance to avoid being caught off guard when the time came. Yu Yuanjin could be said to be furious. In front of his clansmen, he cursed Bibai Dong mercilessly. That damned Bibai Dong, she didn't even investigate clearly before issuing the wanted order. When she said Lu Chen was a 100,000-year spirit ring blue-silver emperor beast-to-human transformation, Yu Yuanjin had believed it and sent his clansmen to track Lu Chen's whereabouts. Although they didn't find him in the end, who knew if Lu Chen would hold a grudge against them because of it? Lu Chen's strength was too terrifying. In a 1 versus 3 situation, he had powerfully killed Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong. This made Yu Yuanjin's heart tremble. As the Lightning Douluo, he was considered a prominent figure on the Douluo Continent. But he struggled just to fight Gu Rong, let alone fight Chen Xin. If Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong joined forces, they could easily trounce Yu Yuanjin into the ground. If Lu Chen could kill Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong, then wanting to kill him, Yu Engine would likely be easy without any effort at all. Yu Engine didn't want to die yet. He was indeed known for his bravery, but he was definitely not a brainless brute. Even though Lu Chen's actions of killing Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong, and disbanding the 7 treasure glazed tile school made him feel a sense of shared grief, he dared not condemn Lu Chen for it, who told him to send people to track Lu Chen's whereabouts. If Lu Chen found out about that, it would be no joke. Now, Yu Engine acted like an ostrich. With such a big event as the deaths of Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong, and the disbanding of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he simply refused to make any public statement in the spirit master's world. Those sect masters of the lower 4 sects were in a similar situation to Yu Engine. Their common point was that they had all sent people to track Lu Chen's whereabouts. Now that things had come to this, these sect masters who had once treated Lu Chen as prey were all playing the ostrich. Regarding Lu Chen killing Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong, and disbanding the 7 treasure glazed tile school, they dared not utter a single word. They were terrified of being targeted by Lu Chen now. Lu Chen had also achieved his goal. His fierce reputation spread far and wide, making people tremble in fear. When his name was mentioned, the sect masters of various sects all showed expressions of awe and fear. No one dared to mention that he was a beast-to-human transformation anymore, and this rumor was finally completely stopped. In the whole event, the one who suffered the most was Bibai Dong. The once wise and mighty Supreme Pontiff was now cursed by many as an idiot. She hadn't even investigated clearly before issuing the wanted order. She had caused such a huge blunder. Can a beast-to-human transformation have twin spirits? Can twin spirits be a beast-to-human transformation? Having offended such a malevolent star as Lu Chen for no reason, it would be strange if these people didn't curse Bibai Dong. Meanwhile, in Spirit City, at the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Bibai Dong, whose reputation had been damaged, was so angry that her chest heaved violently. The platinum scepter in her hand had been deformed by her fair, jade-like hand without her realizing it. Bibai Dong's eyes were gloomy, and she gritted her silvery teeth, making a clattering sound. Recently, she had truly been extremely unlucky. First, there was Tang Hao. This brute had run to their spirit city, and despite the obstruction of her and others, had brazenly smashed the roof of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. She couldn't even protect the place where she lived, which undoubtedly greatly damaged Bibai Dong's prestige. Now, before Bibai Dong could make any achievements to repair her damaged prestige, another incident had erupted. As a holder of twin spirits, Lu Chen could certainly not be a 100,000-year spirit ring beast-to-human transformation. The wanted order she had personally issued had become a massive blunder. This caused Bibai Dong to lose all face. Boom. Bibai Dong suddenly stood up, her luxurious purple-gold robe fluttering without wind. An extremely surging and violent aura erupted from her graceful body. In an instant, the violent aura filled the entire main hall. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who were not far away, also felt their bodies tremble violently under this violent aura, feeling terrified. At this moment, Bibai Dong was like a vicious beast waking from a deep slumber, wantonly venting her fury. Bibai Dong shouted coldly. Even if he is not a beast-to-human transformation, that Lu Chen has killed 1 platinum bishop, 4 cardinal bishops, and 4 black-robed bishops of our spirit hall. With such brutal actions, he has already become a fallen spirit master. As the guardians of the Douluo Continent, our spirit hall absolutely cannot allow such a fallen spirit master to continue to remain at large. Elder Chrysanthemum, Elder Ghost, I will leave this mission to you. Also, check which elders in the Elder Palace are free at this time and have the available elders go with you. This time, you must capture Lu Chen and bring this fallen spirit master back to the spirit hall. I want to judge him personally. Only by executing him can we deter the fallen spirit masters on the continent and make them dare not act recklessly again. Upon hearing this, Chrysanthemum Douluo hurriedly bowed and tried hard to dissuade her. Supreme Pontiff, please calm your anger. according to the information sent back by our spies in the 7-treasure glazed tile school, that Lu Chen has extraordinary strength and strange methods. He seems to have a special spatial ability that can avoid damage. In his battle with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, the attacks of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo passed through his body without causing him any harm. If we cannot crack his ability, even if Old Ghost and I go together and bring along 5 or 6 titled Douluo elders, it will be impossible to capture Lu Chen. This matter needs to be considered carefully. Before cracking Lu Chen's spatial ability, we really should not act rashly. Bibai Dong's eyes flickered uncertainly. This was indeed a trouble. If they couldn't crack Lu Chen's spatial ability to avoid damage, then no matter how many people they sent, they wouldn't be able to catch Lu Chen. Thinking of this, Bibai Dong became increasingly irritable, but she very rationally withdrew her aura and did not force Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo to act. Bibai Dong was still very rational. She wouldn't do things without assurance. She had just been angered. Now, thinking carefully and weighing the pros and cons, Bibai Dong began to calmly analyze the current situation. Lu Chen possessed twin spirits. His first martial soul had already become a titled Douluo, with spirit rings of 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red. His second martial soul also had 3 spirit rings attached, 2 black and 1 red. Bibai Dong secretly hated, truly hateful. My second martial soul, the soul-eating spider emperor, still needs 200,000-year spirit rings to reach the titled Douluo level. If the 300,000-year spirit rings on Lu Chen could be obtained by me, I would have a 100% chance of inheriting the Rakshasa god position. And this Lu Chen, how did he manage to break common sense with his first spirit ring configuration? Could it be that he received the attention of a divinity very early on, and his rapid growth in strength was all because of the guidance of a divinity? The more Bibai Dong thought about it, the more she felt this was possible. She was the supreme pontiff of the Spirit Hall, and she had once been the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. When she cultivated her first martial soul, she couldn't break the common sense of spirit ring configuration, and could only achieve 9 spirit rings of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. Lu Chen could break common sense and absorb 9 spirit rings of 3 purple, 4 black, and 2 red, which must only be possible under the guidance of a divinity. Thinking of this, Bibai Dong's heart was filled with a sense of urgency. She could no longer plan to become a god so slowly. She must speed up and strive to become a god earlier than Lu Chen. All plans must be implemented quickly. Bibai Dong sat back down, her eyes slightly lowered, her voice returning to calm, carrying an unquestionable prestige. For now, this is all we can do. Elder Chrysanthemum, Elder Ghost, give the order to withdraw the wanted order for Lu Chen. He has twin spirits. Our wanted order has become a joke. If we don't withdraw it, I don't know how many people will laugh at me, Bibai Dong, for being blind. But our spirit hall absolutely cannot show weakness. Issue a stern condemnation. Lu Chen killed 1 platinum bishop, 4 cardinal bishops, and 4 black-robed bishops of our spirit hall. He also killed Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong, and forcibly disbanded the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Having committed such massacres, even if we cannot capture him, we must make him completely notorious. Compared to capturing Lu Chen, ruining Lu Chen's reputation was indeed much simpler. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo looked at each other and bowed to accept the order. Subordinates obey. Chapter 160. Internal strife of the Golden Triangle Heaven-Dew City, Blue Tyrant Academy, which had just been renamed Shrek Academy. Inside the academy, there was a small grove. This was the forbidden land of the academy, and neither teachers nor students were allowed to approach it. Because this was the secluded dwelling of Liu Erlong, the dean of Blue Tyrant Academy. However, Blue Tyrant Academy had already been renamed Shrek Academy, and the position of dean had been ceded by Liu Erlong to Flender. At this moment, the former Golden Triangle Flender, Yu Xiaogang, and Liu Erlong were all gathered inside a wooden house in this grove. The 3 of them had extremely grave expressions. No one spoke, and the room was exceptionally stifling. It was silent, with only the sounds of 3 heartbeats echoing continuously. I don't know how much time had passed. Liu Erlong, dressed in a black outfit, with a charming face and a hot figure, yet whose brows were filled with a murderous aura, took a deep breath, her chest heaving, and spoke in a voice that was almost trembling. Boss Flender, Xiaogang, the news has been confirmed. It is that Lu Chen aggressively killed School Master Ning, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo, and disbanded the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were both Super Douluo. Neither of them was weaker than the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's Lightning Douluo, Clan Master Yu Engine. With the support of School Master Ning, they could even take on 4 opponents at once, and under the siege of 4 titled Douluo, they could still hold their own. But now they have all been killed by one person, Lu Chen. He is simply a monster, a devil that makes people tremble with fear. I have slaughtered several spirit beast forests before and thought my murderous nature was strong enough, but compared to him, I'm afraid I don't even reach a tenth of his. How on earth did you provoke him? With such a terrifying existence, even if we perform our spirit fusion skill, I'm afraid we won't be his match. Boss Flender, Xiaogang, given our relationship, if you must set yourselves against Lu Chen, then I'm willing to follow you and face death calmly. Just like our oath in the past, to share life and death, to share wealth and honor, even if we die together, it will be a death with no regrets. Flender, who had lost an arm, saw Liu Erlong wanting to die with them and shook his head like a rattle. Flender would rather die himself than watch Liu Erlong die. After all, Liu Erlong was the goddess in Flender's heart. He glanced at his severed right arm, then smiled indifferently and said, "Erlong, don't talk about dying. For an existence like Lu Chen, how could we have provoked him? It must all be a misunderstanding. Look at us now, aren't we all living well? As long as one is alive, there is hope. As long as we behave ourselves and manage Shrek Academy well, such an existence will certainly not notice us, and we will be able to live out our old age in peace." Hearing Flender's spineless words, Yu Xiaogang was so angry that his eyes turned red and he breathed like an ox. He glared at Flender and rebuked him. "Flender, have you forgotten how your arm was severed? Have you forgotten who beat Zhao Wuji into a coma? You may have forgotten the humiliation Lu Chen brought upon us, but I haven't forgotten a single bit. Lu Chen injured my disciple and snatched away his external spirit bone. This hatred is irreconcilable. If I cannot kill Lu Chen, even if I, Yu Xiaogang, die, I will not be able to close my eyes in peace." Hearing Yu Xiaogang's gnashing words, Flender poured a bucket of cold water on him without hesitation. He had to scold Yu Xiaogang awake, otherwise, Yu Xiaogang would drag himself and Liu Erlong to their deaths like a vengeful ghost. Flender spoke coldly. "Xiaogang, you are only a spirit grandmaster with a mere 29th level spirit power. You simply cannot comprehend what a terrifying existence Lu Chen is in the world of the strong. Those who can break through to titled Douluo are beings we must look up to. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo are even among the best of the titled Douluo. Lu Chen was able to cleanly kill Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. How terrifying his strength is simply not something we can understand. Xiaogang, wake up. Isn't it good to live well? Why must we go to our deaths?" The greatest pain in Yu Xiaogang's heart was that he was stuck at 29th level spirit power and could never break through to the 30th level to become a spirit elder. Hearing Flender say he only had a mere 29th level spirit power, Yu Xiaogang was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He immediately jumped in anger, wishing he could fight Flender. Sure enough, only the best of brothers could so easily break through someone's defenses. PFFT. Yu Xiaogang, jumping in anger, seemed to have suffered internal injuries from being stifled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body falling straight backward. Seeing Yu Xiaogang spit blood, Liu Erlong ran over like a gust of wind, heartbroken, reached out to support Yu Xiaogang, and asked with concern, Xiaogang, are you okay?" Seeing that there was not a trace of color on Yu Xiaogang's thin face, and that there were still traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, Liu Erlong felt incomparably angry. She turned her head and glared at Flender with wide eyes, her charming face full of anger. Flender, don't you know what Xiaogang cares about most? Why did you deliberately provoke him? If anything happens to Xiaogang, I will fight you to the death. Isn't it just death? When did you become so cowardly? I despise you. Even if that Lu Chen's strength is terrifying to a point we cannot understand, I still want to seek justice for Xiaogang. Even if I am killed, I will splash blood all over him. If I can't kill him, I will disgust him to death. Flender, I'll ask you one thing. If Xiaogang and I want to risk our lives against Lu Chen, are you willing to go with us? After Liu Erlong's words fell, Yu Xiaogang slowly opened his eyes, the look in his eyes towards Flender filled with a hint of provocation and smugness. As a good brother, Flender knew how to provoke Yu Xiaogang and make him jump in anger. Similarly, Yu Xiaogang knew how to provoke Flender to drag him along to deal with Lu Chen. Sure enough, under Liu Erlong's interrogation, Flender's face flushed red. He didn't want to watch Liu Erlong go to her death, but since Liu Erlong insisted on going, Flender could only choose to live and die with her. Flender gritted his teeth, his remaining left hand clenched into a fist, extinguishing all the thoughts of living well. In his mind, and shouted in a deep voice, "Fine, let's go, isn't it just death? We, the Golden Triangle, have braved the storms on the continent for many years, sharing life and death, sharing wealth and honor. If we die together in the end, it will be a death with no regrets." Once these words were spoken, Liu Erlong's expression softened slightly. This is the boss Flender I know. Our Golden Triangle, having experienced so many storms, has always been united as one, facing the outside world together. That Lu Chen, even if his strength is peerless, we still have Xiaogang. With Xiaogang's world-shaking wisdom, he will certainly be able to come up with a way to deal with him. At the crucial moment, Yu Xiaogang coughed twice, stood up straight, scanned Flender and Liu Erlong, and said solemnly, "I already have a way to deal with Lu Chen. The reason for Lu Chen's strength is nothing more than his cultivation of twin spirits. My disciple, Tang San, is also a twin spirit user. As long as my disciple Tang San grows up, with the power of the clear sky hammer, he will definitely be far stronger than Lu Chen. Give me some time. I want to study how to accelerate the growth of twin spirits. By the way, I will be going out for a while. You help me take care of Tang San. Also, do not give up on searching for information about His Excellency Clear Sky. In the future, when my disciple Tang San grows up, let Tang San's second martial soul, the Clear Sky Hammer, be imbued with 900,000-year spirit rings. Then, combined with our Golden Triangle's spirit fusion skill, Golden Sacred Dragon, and the cooperation of His Excellency Clear Sky, the three parties joining forces will definitely be able to kill Lu Chen. Let Lu Chen be a whetstone, grinding my disciple Tang San until he is sharp and bright. Tang San is someone I have cultivated with all my heart and soul. He definitely has the potential to surpass Lu Chen. Lu Chen achieved his current accomplishments by cultivating blindly without my guidance. This shows the power of the twin spirit's talent. Tang San's future achievements will definitely be above his. Yu Xiaogang's eyes were burning. He had filters on Tang San, feeling that under his guidance, Tang San's talent was unparalleled and his potential was bottomless. As long as the twin spirit's talent was developed, surpassing Lu Chen would be a matter of minutes. At this time, his good disciple, Tang San, was still in his room recuperating. He had his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, forcibly stripped away by Lu Chen, which had damaged his foundation to a certain extent. This resulted in his current 31st level spirit power being somewhat unstable. Now, Tang San was cultivating the mysterious heaven skill day and night, just wanting to stabilize his spirit power as soon as possible. But unfortunately, the effect was very slow. This made Tang San hate Lu Chen incomparably. He had already learned from Yu Xiaogang what had been snatched away by Lu Chen, an external spirit bone. In terms of preciousness, an external spirit bone is second only to a 100,000-year spirit bone. Because an external spirit bone has the potential to grow into a 100,000-year spirit bone, its value is immeasurable. Every time Tang San thought of this, he would gnash his teeth in hatred. Lu Chen. Father, where are you? I have been bullied. I hope you can avenge me, just like when I snatched the work-study student quota from Chen when I was little. Chapter 161. Ghost Leopard. The perspective returns to Chen. After Chen left the 7-treasure glazed tile school with Xiao Wu and Zhuking, it did not take long for them to arrive at the Sunset Forest. Although the Sunset Forest certainly could not compare to the Stardew Great Forest in terms of the richness of spirit beasts, as the largest spirit beast forest within the borders of the Heaven Dew Empire, it was still very easy to find a spirit beast suitable for Zhuking. Not to mention that Chen also possessed the blue-silver domain. As long as the blue-silver domain was activated, any movement within the entire Sunset Forest could not escape Chen's perception. In just a moment, Chen found a spirit beast suitable to serve as Zhuking's 3rd spirit ring. Subsequently, Chen took Xiao Wu and Zhuking and rushed to the location of this spirit beast at the fastest speed. Roar. In the forest, there was a black leopard-type spirit beast with a body length of 2.8 meters and a shoulder height of 1.4 meters. Its muscles were not overly bulky, but presented a streamlined form. This black leopard-type spirit beast was named Ghost Leopard, a powerful spirit beast that possessed both speed and attack capabilities. At this moment, the Ghost Leopard also noticed the suddenly arrived Chen and the others. It let out a roar from its mouth, carrying a tone of deterrence and probing. Facing the Ghost Leopard that was in an attacking stance, Chen moved his mind and directly released his spirit power pressure. The spirit power pressure at the level of a titled Douluo directly pressed the Ghost Leopard onto the ground. Awu. The Ghost Leopard let out a whimper mixed with fear and pain, as if a great mountain were pressing down on its body, and it lay on the ground completely unable to move. Within its pair of beast eyes, there was no longer a trace of ferocity or bloodthirst. What remained was only a sense of begging and fawning. Chen pointed at the Ghost Leopard and introduced it. Zhuking, you are an agility attack spirit master. This Ghost Leopard spirit beast possesses both speed and attack capabilities. After absorbing its spirit ring, it will certainly bring you a significant improvement. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. However, this Ghost Leopard spirit beast has reached a limit of 2,000 years, exceeding the absorption limit of a general spirit master's 3rd spirit ring. I chose this spirit beast for you also, because you have absorbed 2 spirit bones of about 50,000 years. After the tempering of the spirit bone energy, absorbing a 2,000-year spirit ring as your 3rd spirit ring will certainly be no problem at all. Go ahead, give it a quick end. Under my spirit power pressure, this Ghost Leopard spirit beast will not have any ability to resist. Zhuking nodded with a determined expression. I understand. Carrying 2 spirit bones of about 50,000 years, if I still cannot absorb a 2,000-year spirit ring, then even if I am burst apart by the spirit ring, it would be my own fault. As her voice fell, Zhuking summoned her Hell Civet martial soul possession. Her body became more slender. As an agility attack spirit master, her muscles were not overly bulky. As her 5 fingers flicked, the nails on both hands extended more than a foot long, like sharp blades. And beneath Zhuking's feet, 2 yellow spirit rings rose up one by one. In the next instant, her 1st spirit ring shone brightly. Hell Rush Stab. Under the support of Hell Rush Stab, Zhuking transformed into a black shadow, rapidly flashing towards the Ghost Leopard's position. The Ghost Leopard's pupils constricted. It smelled the scent of death and struggled frantically, attempting to stand up. But Chen's spirit power pressure was like a great mountain pressing on its shoulders from beginning to end. It made it completely unable to move. It whimpered from its mouth, the sound sharp and desolate, trying to stir Zhuking's sense of pity. However, Zhuking's will was firm and was not influenced at all by the Ghost Leopard's desolate cries. She raised her right claw, and the moment she approached the Ghost Leopard with a tearing sound, she ripped open the Ghost Leopard's throat. The Ghost Leopard's sound stopped abruptly. Its throat kept spurting blood and its eyes were full of resentment. Even though it was extremely unwilling in its heart, it gradually lost its breath. Waves of purple light gushed out from the ghost leopard's corpse, gradually condensing into a purple spirit ring. Seeing the spirit ring condense, Zhuking's face revealed a look of joy. She did not have any hesitation and sat down cross-legged in front of the ghost leopard's corpse. She began to absorb this 2,000-year ghost leopard spirit ring. As for the safety issue, Zhuking was not worried at all. With Lu Chen guarding by her side, even if the sky were to fall, Zhuking believed that Lu Chen could hold up a piece of the sky for her. And in the distance, Xiao Wu's expression was somewhat melancholy, and she looked at Lu Chen with a bit of confusion in her eyes. Boss Lu Chen, between human spirit masters and spirit beasts, is it really only possible to slaughter each other? Is there no possibility of peaceful coexistence? Hearing this, Lu Chen naturally would not comfort Xiao Wu by saying things like only killing evil spirit beasts in the future. His voice was unusually low, bloodily revealing a cruel reality. Unless one day in the future, human spirit masters can, like your beast-to-human transformation, be able to self-condense spirit rings. Otherwise, the slaughter between human spirit masters and spirit beasts cannot be completely stopped. However, you don't need to immerse yourself in this grand narrative of racial opposition. Even if there were no slaughter between human spirit masters and spirit beasts of different species would likewise slaughter each other. Friendships like yours, Da Ming and Ming, which span across different spirit beast species, are extremely incredible. You don't need to worry about all spirit beasts. You only need to protect your own friends and family, and you will already be able to have a clear conscience. Xiao Wu was just a soft-bones rabbit beast-to-human transformation. She was not the co-ruler of spirit beasts, so there was no need to worry for all spirit beasts. That true co-ruler of spirit beasts, the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuina, she should be the hope of all spirit beasts. Xiao Wu really did not need to take it all upon herself. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Wu thought about it carefully, and it seemed that it was indeed the case. In the Stardew Great Forest, the intensity of the slaughter between different spirit beasts far exceeded that of human spirit masters hunting spirit beasts. Although her mood was still a bit low, she had already walked out of that grand narrative thinking from just a moment ago. Xiao Wu walked to Lu Chen's side, reached out to take his arm, smelled Lu Chen's scent, felt a sense of peace, and silently thought, Boss Lu Chen is right. The slaughter between different species of spirit beasts, the slaughter between human spirit masters and spirit beasts, these all exist. Back when I was still a spirit beast, I was not infrequently hunted by the human-faced demon spider emperor, the earth-hole demon spider emperor, in the Stardew Great Forest. I have no need to worry about them. I only need to protect Da Ming and Ming. When Boss Lu Chen's second martial soul attaches 9 spirit rings, and he snatches back my mother's spirit ring and spirit bone from that detestable woman Bibai Dong, as long as my mother can be resurrected, I will already be very satisfied. Subsequently, Lu Chen and Xiao Wu quietly waited for Zhuking to absorb the spirit ring. Zhuking's physical fitness, after the tempering of the energy of 250,000-year spirit bones, had undergone a complete transformation. Absorbing this 2,000-year spirit ring only made her frown slightly, feeling a sensation of swelling in her body. Besides this 2,000-year spirit ring did not bring her any life-threatening danger. After about 5 hours of absorption, Zhuking successfully absorbed the spirit ring. After she opened her eyes and woke up, feeling the surging, massive spirit power within her body, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It was Lu Chen who took the initiative to ask, Zhuking, how do you feel? What level has your spirit power reached? What kind of spirit ability did you obtain? Zhuking stood up from the ground, looked at the location of Lu Chen and Xiao Wu with a look of excitement on her face, sharing her joy. I feel very good. My spirit power has reached level 38. This is all thanks to those 250,000-year spirit bones. As for my third spirit ability, its name is Hell Decapitation. It condenses more than 1/3 of the spirit power in my body to release a crescent-shaped slash, with power comparable to the 4th spirit ability of a spirit ancestor. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that like Xiao Wu, after Zhuqing absorbed 2 spirit bones of about 50,000 years, her spirit power increased by nearly 10 levels. If she were to absorb any immortal herb, she could immediately break through to level 40 spirit power, and after absorbing a 4th spirit ring, her spirit power could at least reach level 45 or above. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, "Zhuqing, congratulations. Next, I will take you to a place. After arriving there, your strength will be able to improve once again." Chapter 162. Lu Chen is a kind person. Sunset Forest. After Zhuqing successfully absorbed her spirit ring, Lu Chen took her and Xiao Wu, heading towards the depths of the Sunset Forest. After traveling for a period of time, under Lu Chen's guidance, they arrived outside a valley. Inside this valley was the ice and fire yin-yang well. Without the permission of Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan, Lu Chen did not take Xiao Wu and Zhuqing to break in directly. He stopped outside the valley and immediately took the initiative to release his own aura. Although Xiao Wu and Zhuqing felt puzzled by Lu Chen's actions, they did not disturb him and just waited quietly by his side. About a few minutes later, a black figure rose into the air from the valley and quickly flew towards the outside of the valley. A hearty laugh rang out from far away. "Ha ha ha ha, Kid Lu Chen, since you've returned to the Sunset Forest, you could have just entered the valley directly. Releasing your aura outside like this, are you waiting for us to come and welcome you?" In an instant, the black figure descended from the sky and finally landed in front of Lu Chen and the others. This black shadow was none other than Douluo Bo. In his hand, he was still carrying Douluo Yan. After landing on the ground, Douluo Bo saw Lu Chen at the first glance, and then immediately saw Xiao Wu and Zhuqing beside Lu Chen. The smile on Douluo Bo's face faded. He frowned, his expression became stern, and his teeth chattered as he said somewhat sarcastically, "Kid Lu Chen, Yan Yan and I were worried that you might encounter trouble outside, but now it seems you are living a carefree life. It hasn't even been half a year, and you've already found 2 more pretty young girls. Don't you intend to introduce them?" Douluo Bo was so angry inside. Lu Chen had already established a relationship with his granddaughter, and he had already agreed to it. Now, seeing this situation, Lu Chen showed signs of having a change of heart, so Douluo Bo definitely had to seek justice for his granddaughter. For this playboy, Douluo Bo decided to give him a warning. As if he didn't hear the sarcasm in Douluo Bo's words, Lu Chen enthusiastically introduced the 2 sides. "This is Xiao Wu, my roommate and classmate from the Nodding Elementary Spirit Master Academy. Her spirit is a soft bones rabbit, rank 41 spirit power, and she is a gifted cultivation genius. This is Zhuqing. She and Xiao Wu were once students at Shrek Academy. After Xiao Wu and I reunited, she also decided to join us on our journey. Her spirit is a Hell Civet, rank 38 spirit power, and she is also a talented cultivation genius." After introducing Xiao Wu and Zhuqing, Lu Chen then introduced Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan to Xiao Wu and Zhuqing. This is the famous poison Douluo on the continent, Douluo Bo. His poison skills have reached the pinnacle, and he can be called a great grandmaster of the poison path. The several times I hunted spirit beasts before, it was all thanks to Brother Douluo's help that I finally succeeded in hunting the spirit beasts. This is Yan Yan, Douluo Yan, Brother Douluo's granddaughter. Although Lu Chen introduced them very enthusiastically, the atmosphere at the scene was obviously a bit dull, and neither side introduced greeted each other. To break this strange atmosphere, Lu Chen decided to change the subject. Anyway, after his introduction, both sides already knew each other. As long as the topic was changed well, they could quickly get through this awkward period. Lu Chen reached out to his storage soul guidance device and took out 5 spirit bones in succession. The 5 spirit bones, flashing with various colors of light, all emitted astonishing energy fluctuations. Lu Chen threw 2 of the spirit bones towards Douluo Bo. Douluo Bo's eyes were immediately attracted by the spirit bones. He scrambled to catch the 2 spirit bones and spoke with a shocked expression. "This is a spirit bone." Lu Chen smiled indifferently and introduced them casually. "That's right. These two 20,000-year spirit bones were dug out from two spirit Douluo of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Brother Dugu, with these two 10,000-year spirit bones, your cultivation will certainly be able to advance further. This is a gift I prepared for you. After finishing, Chen handed the remaining 3 spirit bones to Dugu Yan. Yan, this is the gift I prepared for you. I named this skull the Spirit Permanent Skull. The skull contains a Spirit Permanent skill, which can resist all mental shock, charm, and illusion skills. It can also resist the soul vibration when absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring. I named this right arm bone the Mirror Reflection Right Arm Bone. The right arm bone contains a mirror reflection skill, which can condense a mirror through spirit power to reflect the full force attack of a spirit master of the same rank. These 2 spirit bones are at least 50,000-year spirit bones, which I personally dug out from Ning Fengjai. As for the last spirit bone, it is an external spirit bone. I named it 8 Spider Lances. It was produced by a 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. It is a highly poisonous spirit bone and is very compatible with Yan. Although the age is relatively low now, external spirit bones have growth potential. As long as it is cultivated properly, this 2,000-year-old 8 Spider Lances has the hope of growing into a 100,000-year spirit bone in the future. One cannot be blamed for giving too many gifts. With these 5 spirit bones, it would definitely make Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan unable to say a word of criticism. After all, in a while, he had to take Xiao Wu and Zhu King to the ice and fire yin-yang well to pick immortal herbs. Giving an irresistible heavy gift first would allow him to make his request confidently. The ice and fire yin-yang well was the grandfather and granddaughter's herb garden. Chen was a kind person. Since he was planning benefits for his other women, he had to provide sufficient compensation. Sure enough, under the offensive of Chen's 5 spirit bones, Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan were both shocked into silence. That was 5 spirit bones. For any spirit master, any single spirit bone was a supreme treasure. Not to mention that the spirit bones Chen took out were either 10,000-year spirit bones or external spirit bones, which were even more top-tier among spirit bones. The lowest quality ones, the 2 spirit bones given to Dugu Bo, were both 20,000-year spirit bones. If this were outside, even a titled Douluo would probably be unable to resist coming to fight for them. The 3 spirit bones given to Dugu Yan, 2 50,000-year spirit bones plus 1 2,000-year external spirit bone, would likely tempt even the Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong of the Spirit Hall. Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan's breathing became increasingly rapid. Their expressions shifted back and forth between shock and excitement. Their heartbeats accelerated, and their hands holding the spirit bones were trembling slightly. After a long while, Dugu Bo suddenly realized something. He looked at Chen with a dumbfounded expression and almost screamed, "Kid Chen, you said, how did you get these spirit bones?" These 2 20,000-year spirit bones of mine were dug out from 2 spirit Douluo of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Those 2 50,000-year spirit bones of Yan's were dug out from the sect master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengjai. What did you do to the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Chen Xin, Gu Rong, didn't they stop you? Hearing this, Chen stood with his hands behind his back. A breeze blew, fluttering his clothes. He said with a calm and light-hearted expression, "The 7-treasure glazed tile school has already been disbanded by me. The sect master Ning Fengjai and the 2 guardian Douluo, Chen Xin and Gu Rong, have all been killed by me. And a bunch of high-level members of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, I killed 6 spirit Douluo and 18 spirit saints. I, Chen, repay kindness and also repay grudges. Ning Fengjai always wanted to get rid of me. Now that my strength has grown, naturally, I need to completely resolve this hidden danger." Chapter 163, Inviting Dugu Bo to leave the mountain. Hiss, hiss. Upon hearing these nonchalant words from Chen, the grandfather and granddaughter duo, Dugu Bo and Dugu Yan, were so shocked that their scalps went numb. They were dumbfounded and each gasped in cold air. Why did Douluo bring Douluo Yan to hide within the ice and fire yin-yang well? One reason was that the rich energy of heaven and earth here made it convenient for them to cultivate. Another reason was to avoid Ning Fengzhai, Chen and Gu Rong. Previously, because of matters regarding Lu Chen, Douluo had deeply offended Ning Fengzhai, Chen and Gu Rong. Without Lu Chen, a support soul master, Douluo would certainly be crushed if he faced the trio from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School alone. For various reasons, Douluo had been hiding with Douluo Yan in this ice and fire yin-yang well. Yet today, Lu Chen told him that he had already killed Ning Fengzhai, Chen and Gu Rong, and had even disbanded the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The dignified second-ranked sect on the Douluo Continent had actually just come to an end like this. Douluo felt a wave of dizziness, unable to believe it in his heart. However, the shining spirit bones before him kept telling him that all of this might be true. Douluo asked, very puzzled, "Lu Chen, you are clearly a support soul master. Although you have some combat power, you certainly couldn't be a match for Chen and Gu Rong, let alone with Ning Fengzhai's support. How did you?" His words paused, and Douluo seemed to suddenly realize. "You cultivated a second martial soul, and you have already added a spirit ring to your second martial soul." Lu Chen nodded slightly and grabbed with his palm. A stream of black light surged out, condensing in his palm into a 2-meter-long black scythe. It was his second martial soul, the black iron sickle. Beneath his feet, 3 spirit rings, black, and red, slowly rose, floating up and down around his body, pulsating rhythmically. Lu Chen chuckled. "Although I have only added 3 spirit rings, it has already given me the power to rival Ning Fengzhai, Chen and Gu Rong. My spirit power has now reached level 95, making me a super Douluo. Brother Douluo, when I parted ways with you, you were at level 94 spirit power. Don't tell me you are still at level 94 spirit power." Douluo and Douluo Yan were both captivated by Lu Chen's eerie red spirit ring. The terrifying pressure of that 100,000-year spirit ring made them both feel their breath hitch. Lu Chen had actually obtained another 100,000-year spirit ring. Douluo finally understood a little why Lu Chen was able to take down Ning Fengzhai, Chen and Gu Rong. Lu Chen's final sentence stirred Douluo's competitive spirit. He lifted his head slightly and said, not without pride, "Don't underestimate this old man. If you can break through to level 95 spirit power, I can naturally break through to level 95 spirit power as well. Just recently, I also broke my limits and successfully advanced from level 94 spirit power to level 95, becoming a super Douluo. I was originally waiting for you to return so we could travel around the continent together. With your support, I was confident I could rival a level 97 super Douluo. But looking at it now, there's no need for me to act. You have already been able to resolve all the hidden dangers." Douluo was filled with emotion. The talent of twin spirits was truly enviable. After adding only 3 spirit rings, Lu Chen had broken through to level 95 spirit power, reaching the same spirit power realm as him in one fell swoop. If he were to add the remaining 6 spirit rings, wouldn't that allow Lu Chen to break through to level 99 spirit power and become a legendary super Douluo? Thinking of this possibility, Douluo's intention to discipline Lu Chen faded away. By the time Lu Chen became a level 99 spirit power super Douluo, Douluo felt that his granddaughter, Douluo Yan, might even be punching above her weight. At this moment, Lu Chen retracted his spirit and brought up the main business. "Brother Douluo, Yan, I have come to reunite with you this time for a few important matters. The first matter is that I want to take Xiao Wu and Zhuqing into the Ice and Fire Valley to pick an immortal herb for each of them, so I need to obtain your consent." Hearing that Lu Chen wanted to pick immortal herbs from his herb garden for women other than his own granddaughter, Douluo was naturally unwilling to agree. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to refuse. But the spirit bone in his hand felt exceptionally hot, making the words of refusal in his throat impossible to utter no matter what. Douluo suddenly realized that this precious 10,000-year spirit bone was indeed not easy to take. Douluo didn't speak, but Douluo said with a smile, "No problem, Chen, in a while you can take your younger sisters and follow my grandfather and me into the Ice and Fire Valley. Anyway, there are many immortal herbs near the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well. Feel free to pick one for each of them." Douluo emphasized the words younger sisters particularly heavily. Holding the incredibly hot spirit bone, Douluo found it hard to blame Chen for being unfaithful, but the issue of who was older and who was younger had to be settled early. The issue of status was of paramount importance. Douluo chose to take the initiative, determined to get ahead of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Through this simple sentence, alarm bells rang in Xiao Wu's heart. She looked at Douluo with guarded eyes, realizing that this was a vixen who wanted to steal her man. Xiao Wu immediately entered. Combat mode. She walked to Chen's side, reached out to hook her arm around his, and stared at Douluo without blinking tit-for-tat, not showing any weakness. "Boss Chen, what are immortal herbs? Can they even be compared with spirit bones?" "Zhuqing and I have both absorbed 50,000-year spirit bones. Those so-called immortal herbs might not necessarily be useful to us," Chen explained with a solemn expression. "Xiao Wu, don't be impulsive. Immortal herbs are supreme treasures that are not inferior to spirit bones. They can help you and Zhuqing evolve your spirits without side effects, and can at least help you raise your spirit power by another 5 to 10 levels." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had always trusted whatever Chen said implicitly. If Chen said immortal herbs were supreme treasures, then they must be rare treasures. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing didn't say anything more, but the antagonistic atmosphere between them and Douluo did not diminish in the slightest. Xiao Wu glared at Douluo, and Douluo glared at Xiao Wu, both treating the other as a rival. At this moment, Chen looked at Douluo again. "Brother Douluo, there is a second matter. I killed Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong and disbanded the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Now, the mountain gate of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has become my territory. I have also incorporated about 800 outer sect disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, but I am not particularly at ease with these people, so I need someone to watch over them. I intend to establish a sect. I have chosen the title Changsheng for myself, and I want to build a longevity sect and a longevity academy. This will allow me to cultivate my own forces, and at the same time, let Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhuqing all have a place where they can cultivate with peace of mind. After all, hiding in the Ice and Fire Valley forever is not a solution. We still need to return to the outside world. I would like to ask you, Brother Douluo, to come forward and oversee my longevity sect and longevity academy, to deter those outer sect disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School that I have incorporated, lest there be any disciples among them who are still loyal to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and secretly cause trouble for me in the future. I know that you, Brother Douluo, have always been a loner, but the longevity sect and longevity academy I am establishing this time are the key to our future foothold on the continent. We cannot hide in the Ice and Fire Valley for our entire lives. As long as we still want to return to the outside world, we must have a safe place to settle down." Douluo frowned, hesitating in his heart whether to agree. Because his ability was poison, he had always been a loner and rarely came into contact with others. After so many years, he was used to being free and unfettered. Asking him to join a faction would really make him uncomfortable. However, as Chen said, he could not only consider himself, he also had to consider his granddaughter, Douluo. Douluo was still young and would definitely have to go out in the future. She could not stay in the Ice and Fire Valley forever. Douluo thought it over and over. In order to support Douluo, it seemed he had to come out of retirement himself. He let out a long sigh and nodded, saying, "Fine, then this old man will go with you. With the 2 of us, titled Douluos, your longevity sect and longevity academy, which haven't even been officially established yet, will already be a top-tier power on the continent." Chapter 164. The advantage is mine after obtaining the consent of Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan, led by the two of them. Chen, along with Xiao Wu and Zhuking, walked together towards the ice and fire Yin-Yang Well Valley. Along the way, Xiao Wu kept holding onto one of Chen's arms, unwilling to let go, as if she were asserting her sovereignty in this way. Douluo Yan naturally wouldn't admit defeat just like that. She swayed her water snake-like waist and walked gracefully to Chen's side, a seductive, intoxicating fragrance wafting over Chen and Xiao Wu's faces like a spring breeze. Immediately, Douluo Yan also stretched out her arms to hug Chen's other arm, causing that arm of his to instantly sink into a mass of soft, full cotton-like softness. Douluo Yan softened her body, almost leaning her entire weight onto Chen. With a slightly provocative gaze, she looked at Xiao Wu on Chen's other side, as if silently saying, "You featherless little girl, what do you have to fight me with?" Douluo Yan quickly withdrew her gaze from Xiao Wu and turned her eyes gently towards Chen, as if wrapping him in a pool of spring water. Her tone was soft and coquettish, filled with deep concern, seemingly able to turn even the hardest steel into soft ribbons. "Chen, in the half a year you've been gone, you didn't know to come back early to see me and Grandpa. It made us worry about you all day, every day, here in the Ice and Fire Valley. We were worried about you encountering high-level spirit beasts you couldn't handle, and worried about you being hunted by Spirit Hall or other sect and family experts. Now that I see you've returned safe and sound, I'm truly so happy. Let's never be apart again, okay?" Hearing these caring words, Chen felt a warmth in his heart and comforted her with a chuckle. "I've made you worry. Actually, you don't need to be anxious for me. With my life-saving spirit ability, even a titled Douluo wouldn't be able to catch me. Now that I'm back, as long as you are willing, you can certainly stay by my side from now on." Upon hearing this, Douluo Yan smiled until her eyes curved into crescents, her bewitching, enchanting face revealing an expression of doting affection. "Yay, then I'll definitely hold on to you and never let go from now on." Meanwhile, watching the interaction between Chen and Douluo Yan from the side, Xiao Wu was so angry she was about to explode. This seductive, proactive, and gentle bad woman was definitely her formidable rival. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth until they creaked. Now, Xiao Wu deeply regretted that back when she was at Nuoding Academy, she shouldn't have stayed in the academy. When Chen went out to hunt spirit beasts in his 3rd year, she should have accompanied him. No matter what spirit beast Chen wanted to hunt, she could have had Da Ming and Ming come to help. As long as she had stayed by Chen's side, there definitely wouldn't have been any opportunity for this bad woman. It must be that this bad woman, relying on her grandfather being a titled Douluo, took the chance to hook up with Chen while he was hunting spirit beasts. Although Xiao Wu was angry, she didn't lose her temper. Losing her temper in front of Chen would certainly leave a bad impression of her having a terrible temper. To attract Chen's gaze, she could only be more seductive, more proactive, and more gentle than that bad woman opposite her. Xiao Wu silently sized up Douluo Yan. Although her appearance wasn't devastatingly beautiful, that seductive, enchanting temperament, the hot figure with a slim waist and long legs, and the ample bosom that only a mature woman would possess, these were all things she didn't have. Xiao Wu looked down at her own flatness, and a stifled anger rose in her heart again. Why was she growing so slowly? Although she didn't have it, fortunately her sister did. Xiao Wu let go of Chen's arm and turned to wave at Zhuking. "Zhuking, come over quickly." Although Zhuking didn't fight or compete, that didn't mean she didn't crave more of Chen's attention. Hearing Xiao Wu's call, Zhuking was stunned for a moment, then she held her head high and stepped forward quickly. When Zhuking walked to their side, she was given a forceful push by Xiao Wu, almost pushing her into Chen's arms. Zhuking immediately understood the implication and took the opportunity to hug one of Chen's arms. She pursed her lips slightly, feeling a bit shy, but she also knew to fully utilize her advantages, letting Chen sink into that ultimate softness. Seeing this, Xiao Wu raised her eyebrows. "Hey, this girl isn't stupid. Now there are 2 of us, and that bad woman only has 1." 2 against 1, the advantage is mine. Xiao Wu glared provocatively at Douluo Yan. Boss Lu Chen, we grew up together, and from now on, both Xiuqing and I will always stay with you. Facing Xiao Wu's provocation, Douluo Yan ignored her, her gaze locked tightly onto Xiuqing. She felt secretly puzzled in her heart. How on earth did she grow like that? Although she is also a featherless little girl, why is her development so off the charts? Beneath that youthful face, there is such a pair of lethal weapons. Could it be that Lu Chen likes this kind of contrast? What a formidable rival. It seems I need to be extra vigilant from now on. At this moment, Lu Chen certainly discovered that Douluo Yan, Xiao Wu, and Xiuqing were fighting for favor and competing against each other because of him. But he remained silent throughout, because as a beneficiary, he had absolutely no reason to step out and stop Douluo Yan, Xiao Wu, and Xiuqing. He was enjoying all their tenderness. How could he possibly step out to stop all of this? As for Douluo Bao walking in front, hearing his granddaughter Douluo Yan competing with the other 2 girls for Lu Chen's affection, his face darkened. He couldn't bear to watch. However, the abundant energy fluctuations emitted by the 2 spirit bones in his arms left him with no confidence to reprimand Lu Chen. He could only circulate his spirit power, his figure soaring forward like a giant rock spreading its wings, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from sight. Seeing this situation, Lu Chen finally spoke up. Yan Yan, Xiao Wu, Xiuqing, Brother Douluo has already gone far ahead, let's hurry and catch up. As his voice fell, Lu Chen took Douluo Yan, Xiao Wu, and Xiuqing, and sped up as they rushed towards the valley where the ice and fire yin-yang well was located. About a quarter of an hour later, the 4 of them finally entered the valley, where the abundant ice and fire energy surged in from all directions. Lu Chen and Douluo Yan were calm, but Xiao Wu and Xiuqing's pretty faces changed slightly. The scorching fire attribute energy and the freezing ice attribute energy alternately poured into their bodies, making them feel exceptionally uncomfortable. Xiao Wu looked at Lu Chen with some unease. Boss Lu Chen, what's going on in this valley? Lu Chen explained upon hearing this. In this valley, there is an ice and fire spring. The ice and fire spring continuously releases fire attribute energy and ice attribute energy, nourishing numerous immortal herbs in its vicinity. This ice and fire energy is beneficial for the herbs, but for the human body, it is a bit too violent. However, since you have both refined 2 spirit bones, this ice and fire energy does not pose a fatal threat to you. Don't worry, follow me inside. In a while, I will take you to choose some immortal herbs. After consuming the immortal herbs, your strength will be able to advance further. With Lu Chen's comfort, Xiao Wu and Xiuqing calmed down and were no longer overly worried. They entered the valley together and met up with Douluo Bao, who had arrived in the valley a step ahead of them. Lu Chen's gaze swept over Douluo Bao and Douluo Yan. Brother Douluo, Yan Yan, leave the next matters to me. You go and refine your spirit bones first. Brother Douluo, once you absorb the 2 20,000-year spirit bones, it will certainly allow your strength to advance further. Breaking through from level 95 spirit power to level 96 spirit power is not impossible. Yan Yan, once you absorb your 3 spirit bones, both your mental force and spirit power will have a huge improvement. If you haven't become a spirit emperor yet, these spirit bones will allow you to immediately break through to level 60 spirit power. If you have already become a spirit emperor, these spirit bones will also allow your spirit power to reach above level 63. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Douluo Yan's eyes flashed. She glanced at Xiao Wu and Xiuqing and said with a bit of smug, "Tsundeer pride, you've been gone for half a year, but I haven't been idle. Through my diligent cultivation, my spirit power has long reached level 60. With Grandpa's help, I hunted a 35,000-year-old poison dragon and absorbed its spirit ring as my 6th spirit ring, which brought me a powerful attack spirit ability, the Jade Phosphorus Destruction Beam. Now, my spirit power has already reached level 62. Hearing this, Xiao Wu and Xiuqing felt immense pressure. This seductive, proactive, and gentle bad woman was actually a spirit emperor with level 62 spirit power. They had fallen too far behind. now they had to strive to catch up. Chen said in admiration, Yan, I underestimated you. With your level 62 spirit power, and after absorbing the mental stabilization skull, the mirror reflection right arm bone, and the external spirit bone 8 spider lances, it will definitely bring you a huge improvement. Upon hearing this, a look of longing appeared on Douluo Yan's face, and her gaze towards Chen became increasingly gentle, as if it could drip water. After all, the spirit bones Chen gave her were all the best of the best, 250,000-year spirit bones, plus 1 external spirit bone. The preciousness of these spirit bones was enough to drive a titled Douluo crazy under Chen's persuasion. Douluo Bo took 2 spirit bones, and Douluo Yan took 3 spirit bones, each returning to their residence in the valley to start absorbing the spirit bones. Remaining on the spot were only Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhuking. Chapter 165. Yearning Heartbroken Red and a Love-Struck Brain. After Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan both went to absorb their spirit bone, Chen said to Xiao Wu and Zhuking beside him, Xiao Wu, Zhuking, come with me, we are going to pick some immortal herbs. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and Zhuking exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with anticipation. Through Chen's introduction, they already knew that these so-called immortal herbs were treasures comparable to 10,000-year spirit bones. Once absorbed, these immortal herbs could help them increase their strength without any side effects. Ever since Xiao Wu and Zhuking learned that Douluo Yan was a spirit emperor with level 62 spirit power, their hearts had been filled with a sense of urgency. They both desperately wanted to improve their strength and catch up to Douluo Yan as soon as possible, so as not to be suppressed by her all the time. They followed behind Chen, walking towards the ice and fire yin-yang well. Chen walked in front, looking left and right. Although they were there to pick immortal herbs, he had actually already decided which ones to give to Xiao Wu and Zhuking. For Xiao Wu, it was the Yearning Heartbroken Red from the original plot, but this was a flower of ultimate affection. It required the blood of true love to be poured onto it before it could be plucked. Whether or not Xiao Wu could truly obtain it would depend on whether her feelings were sincere. However, there shouldn't be any problem. Xiao Wu was a love-struck fool. Once she had set her heart on someone, she could even sacrifice her life for him. Yearning Heartbroken Red and a love-struck brain were the perfect match. For Zhuking, it was the narcissus jade muscle bone from the original plot. This immortal herb could nourish tendons and strengthen bones, clear the 8 extraordinary meridians, and significantly enhance the user's cultivate speed. Of course, there was another reason. This immortal herb had beautifying effects, which could make the user's skin appear to have a jade-like luster. It allowed one to achieve a transformation of skin like snow and fat, enchanting to the extreme. This could also be considered a little bit of selfishness on Chen's part. Zhuking was already his woman, so he naturally wanted to see her become even more beautiful. Before long, Chen found the location of the Yearning Heartbroken Red. The Yearning Heartbroken Red grew on a pitch-black stone. This pitch-black stone was called the Wuju Stone. Chen bent down and picked up the Wuju Stone. The Yearning Heartbroken Red was a white flower growing on this Wuju Stone. It looked delicate and weak, but in reality, it possessed terrifying medicinal power that could bring the dead back to life and regrow flesh on bones. Chen turned to look at Xiao Wu and Zhuking. Xiao Wu, come try this immortal herb. This immortal herb is called Yearning Heartbroken Red, and it is the true king of immortal herbs. Its medicinal power is extremely terrifying. It has the effect of bringing the dead back to life and regrowing flesh on bones. It can comprehensively improve the user's physical fitness and can increase one's spirit power by at least 10 levels. However, this king of immortal herbs is also known as the flower of ultimate affection. It requires the blood of true love to be poured onto it before it can be plucked. Come forward, spit out a mouthful of blood from your heart, and pour it onto the stamen of the Yearning Heartbroken Red. As long as your feelings are passionate and sincere enough, this Yearning Heartbroken Red will recognize you as its master. Chen didn't tell any boring love stories. If Xiao Wu got too caught up in being a love-struck fool, even if she plucked the yearning, heartbroken red, she might not be willing to consume it, and then the immortal herb would have been picked for nothing. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Wu walked over with burning eyes. Looking at the white flower growing on the Wuju stone, she felt a strange sensation in her heart, the flower of ultimate affection. Hearing this nickname, Xiao Wu fell in love with the yearning, heartbroken red from the bottom of her heart. She didn't hesitate too much, reversing her spirit power to strike her heart chambers. With a swoosh, her face turned pale, and at the same time she opened her mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood from her heart. That scalding hot blood from her heart dripped onto the white flower, immediately causing the white flower to bloom with a red light. Under the illumination of the red light, Xiao Wu felt a trance in her mind. In her mind, memories of every little thing with Lu Chen surfaced uncontrollably. Scenes seemed to flash before her eyes, the entire process of how she and Lu Chen met. And among these constantly flashing scenes, it finally settled on a tea house in Soto City. Just when Xiao Wu knew that Lu Chen had seen through her true form, she was filled with despair, even imagining the scene of herself being killed by someone, and then having her spirit ring and spirit bone absorbed. However, even though Lu Chen discovered her true form, he had no intention of harming her. He even gave her a substitute blue-silver emperor, allowing her to mask her spirit beast aura. For Xiao Wu, this was undoubtedly an ascension from hell to heaven, and the huge ups and downs of her emotions made her deeply engrave Lu Chen in her heart. It was at that moment that Xiao Wu completely fell for Lu Chen, developing deep feelings for him. Even later, when Zhuqing and Dugu Yan appeared by Lu Chen's side, Xiao Wu's feelings for Lu Chen never changed. This was the power of a love-struck brain. In an instant, the white, yearning, heartbroken red was quickly dyed a vibrant red, like fresh blood, and it emitted a golden red luster. The yearning, heartbroken red fell from the Wuju stone, but it didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it fell into Xiao Wu's arms. Xiao Wu touched the yearning, heartbroken red with great surprise and joy. Her slender fingers gently brushed against the petals of the yearning, heartbroken red, and that feeling of bloodline connection made a smile involuntarily appear on her pale face. The yearning, heartbroken red, recognizing her as its master, was undoubtedly the best validation of her sincere feelings. Seeing this, the smile on Lu Chen's face grew even richer. Indeed, yearning, heartbroken red and a love-struck brain were the perfect match. He smiled and said, "Xiao Wu, congratulations on successfully plucking the yearning, heartbroken red. Now, consume it and use it to improve your strength." Xiao Wu felt a bit reluctant. She actually wanted to keep the yearning, heartbroken red as a memento, but thinking of the threat from Dugu Yan, her eyes immediately became sharp. She replied softly, "Okay." She thought to herself, "Yearning, heartbroken red, since you have recognized my sincere feelings, please lend me a hand, increase my strength, and let me catch up to that bad woman Dugu Yan as soon as possible." After Lu Chen instructed Xiao Wu on the precautions for consuming the yearning, heartbroken red, Xiao Wu walked to the side, ate the yearning, heartbroken red, and began to circulate her spirit power to absorb its medicinal energy. Her entire body emitted a golden red light, and her internal organs, tendons, bones, flesh, and skin were all undergoing a transformation of rebirth. Her spirit power surged rapidly, as if she had boarded a rocket, and she was becoming stronger with every passing moment. Seeing that Xiao Wu's absorption of the immortal herb was on the right track, Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Zhuqing, saying, "Zhuqing, wait a moment. I will go pick an immortal herb for you now." Zhuqing withdrew her envious gaze from Xiao Wu. Hearing that Lu Chen was going to pick an immortal herb for her, she replied trustingly, "Mm." Immediately, Lu Chen gently put down the Wuju stone. Perhaps after 10,000 years, another yearning, heartbroken red could grow on this Wuju stone again. After some searching by Lu Chen, using the blue-silver domain to communicate with the immortal herbs, it didn't take long for Lu Chen to find the Narcissus jade muscle bone. This Narcissus jade muscle bone appeared as a whole white, crystalline flower/herb, with a shape as pure and flawless as a green lotus or white lotus root. Its petals and stems displayed a jade-like luster. Without damaging the roots of the narcissus jade muscle bone, Lu Chen plucked it and turned to walk back to Zhuking's side. Lu Chen extended the narcissus jade muscle bone in his hand. Zhuking, this immortal herb is called the narcissus jade muscle bone. Although it is slightly inferior to the yearning heartbroken red, it is still a top-tier immortal herb. It has the effects of nourishing tendons and strengthening bones, enhancing the endurance of a spirit master's bones and meridians, clearing the 8 extraordinary meridians, and significantly increasing the efficiency of spirit power circulation and cultivate speed. Pausing for a moment, Lu Chen smiled mysteriously and said, "In addition, this immortal herb also has beautifying effects, which can make your skin more delicate and fair, presenting a jade-like luster." Zhuking's eyes lit up. No girl could resist the temptation of becoming more beautiful. She reached out and took the narcissus jade muscle bone, looking at Lu Chen with eyes as gentle as water, and asked softly, "Then how should I consume it?" After Lu Chen told Zhuking the precautions for consuming the narcissus jade muscle bone, Zhuking also walked to the side, ate the narcissus jade muscle bone, and began to circulate her spirit power to absorb its medicinal energy. Her whole body seemed to be shrouded in a faint mist. Under the nourishment of that mist, her skin became even more tender, so tender that it seemed like water could be pinched out of it. As the two women's absorption of the immortal herbs got on the right track, Lu Chen was temporarily free. Chapter 166, 7-star dragon tongue orchid Douluo Dalu and Douluo Yan had already gone off to absorb their spirit bones. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking had likewise gone off to absorb their immortal herbs. In the vast ice and fire, yin-yang well, only Lu Chen was left with nothing to do. Standing on the bank near the ice and fire yin-yang well, Lu Chen swept his gaze over the immortal herbs covering the ground, thinking to himself, "Those 3,000 Jun ants in the Star Du Great Forest are currently only 30,000-year-old spirit beasts. According to the original plot progression, it would take them at least 10 years to grow into 90,000-year-old Thousand Jun ant emperors by continuously devouring the Qianjun ant queen. I cannot wait 10 years. If I want to accelerate the growth of those 3,000 Jun ants into 100,000-year-old spirit beasts, feeding them immortal herbs is a very good method. I hope that among these immortal herbs covering the ground, there is one that can accelerate the growth of spirit beasts." Thinking of this, Lu Chen activated his blue-silver domain. In an instant, the blue-silver domain enveloped the entire valley of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Lu Chen walked and stopped in the valley with his eyes closed, using his blue-silver domain to communicate with each of the various immortal herbs in the valley one by one. Time passed quickly like this, and 2 hours flew by in an instant. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly stopped, his eyes burning as he looked at the herb in front of him. It was a plant that resembled a succulent with thick, broad leaves. It stood over a meter tall, was a deep, lush green, and emitted astonishing energy fluctuations. The name of this herb was the 7-star dragon tongue orchid. It was not an immortal herb, but a deadly poisonous herb. The 7-star dragon tongue orchid contained an extremely vast and mottled medicinal power. If a human spirit master consumed it, given their physical constitution, they would be completely unable to withstand that vast and mottled medicinal power, and would ultimately end up exploding and dying from the power. As long as one consumed the 7-star dragon tongue orchid, it would be a guaranteed fatal outcome for anyone. So this was undoubtedly a poisonous herb. However, looking at it from another angle, the fact that human spirit masters could not absorb and refine the medicinal power of the 7-star dragon tongue orchid was purely because the physical constitution of human spirit masters was too weak. It was not because the 7-star dragon tongue orchid itself was inherently highly toxic. Human spirit masters could not absorb it, but with the formidable physique of a spirit beast, perhaps it would be possible to absorb that vast and mottled medicinal power of the 7-star dragon tongue orchid. Those 3,000 Jun ants in the Star-Du Great Forest had hard shells and infinite strength, and their physical constitution was absolutely among the best of the 10,000-year-old spirit beasts. With the formidable physique of the 3,000 Jun ants, they would definitely be able to absorb the medicinal power of the 7-star dragon tongue orchid, causing them to accelerate their evolution and grow into 100,000-year-old spirit beasts sooner. Chen looked at the 7-star dragon tongue orchid in front of him and chuckled, saying, "7-star dragon tongue orchid, this immortal herb. No, this poisonous herb. That doesn't seem right either. In any case, this is exactly the herb I need. I will use your leaves to feed the 3,000 Jun ants, as long as they grow into 100,000-year-old spirit beasts. Then my black iron sickle spirit will have all its needs met, from the 4th spirit ring to the 6th spirit ring." He squatted down, raised his right hand, and with a thought, summoned the dark golden Terraclaw external spirit bone. A layer of white bone armor quickly emerged from beneath his skin, tightly fitting his right hand. As his 5 fingers flicked, 5 blades over a foot long sprang out, each blade exhibiting a dark golden luster. Chen swung the dark gold Terraclaw, and just like harvesting wheat, he harvested the thick leaves of the 7-star dragon tongue orchid one by one from their base. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. In less than 3 minutes, Chen had harvested all 25 thick leaves of the 7-star dragon tongue orchid, and the cuts where the leaves had been torn were still oozing juice drop by drop. Chen quickly catalyzed a blue-silver vine, bundled the 25 thick leaves of the 7-star dragon tongue orchid together, and quickly stored them into his portable space. In his portable space, he could store both inanimate and living objects, and time was almost at a standstill. Whatever state it was in when stored, it would remain in the same state when taken out. Using the portable space to store the 7-star dragon tongue orchid could preserve its medicinal power to the greatest extent. However, a problem had now arisen. Just one 7-star dragon tongue orchid was definitely not enough to feed the 3,000 Jun ants. Chen looked at the remaining rootstock of the 7-star dragon tongue orchid. The all rivers run to sea ability of my blue-silver domain can only be used to catalyze plants, not animals, and now is the time for it to come in handy. Blue-silver domain, all rivers run to sea. In an instant, the blue-silver domain, which had originally only enveloped the ice and fire yin-yang well, rapidly expanded in all directions, enveloping the entire sunset forest. With Chen's current strength, letting his blue-silver domain envelop the entire sunset forest was just an easy task. In less than 10 minutes, the entire sunset forest had been completely covered by the blue-silver domain. All the blue-silver grass in the sunset forest was cheering and leaping for joy at this moment, greedily absorbing the life aura of the blue-silver domain. Because Chen's blue-silver emperor martial soul had now evolved into a divine rank spirit, it possessed an ultimate life attribute. These ordinary blue-silver grasses, having absorbed the breath of the ultimate life attribute through the blue-silver domain, immediately saw their evolution speed and growth speed gain a 10-fold, or even 100-fold, increase. Therefore, when Chen extracted a certain proportion of the life energy from these blue-silver grasses through the blue-silver domain, these blue-silver grasses contributed their life energy without the slightest hesitation. The life energy of one stalk of blue-silver grass was only a wisp, very weak, but in this entire sunset forest, the number of blue-silver grass growing was over 10 billion. The life energy gathered together was like a vast ocean. Wisps of blue light gathered in the sky into a blue ocean, continuously surging towards the location of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Chen gathered a near-massive amount of life energy through the network of the blue-silver domain, and then he poured this life energy into the rootstock of the 7-star dragon tongue orchid. The 7-star dragon tongue orchid, as if it had eaten a powerful tonic, actually began to grow new leaves one after another at a speed visible to the naked eye. In this ice and fire yin-yang well, it could already accelerate plant growth tenfold or hundredfold, and now Lu Chen was continuously pouring in life energy. This caused the 7-star dragon tongue orchid to directly gain 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold growth speed. Lu Chen watched the 7-star dragon tongue orchid grow new leaves at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he nodded with great satisfaction. According to this growth speed, in just 3 more days, the 7-star dragon tongue orchid will be ready to be harvested again. Harvesting one 7-star dragon tongue orchid every 3 days, I will soon be able to collect enough 7-star dragon tongue orchids needed to raise all 3,000 Jun ants to 100,000-year-old spirit beasts. Now, my black iron sickle's 4th to 6th spirit rings are completely taken care of. Lu Chen sat down on the spot, and watching the 7-star dragon tongue orchid grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, he felt very happy. Chapter 167, Ghost Tiger Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. As time passed, about 8 hours later, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking's absorption of the immortal herb was nearing its end. Xiao Wu was absorbing the yearning heartbroken red, the true king of immortal herb, possessing the terrifying medicinal power to bring the dead back to life and regrow flesh and bone. After initially absorbing its medicinal power, it could at least increase the user's spirit power by 10 levels. As a beast-to-human transformation, Xiao Wu relied on absorbing the medicinal power of the yearning heartbroken red to increase her spirit power from level 41 to level 50, and immediately began to self-condense her 5th spirit ring. Before reaching level 70 spirit power, Xiao Wu did not need to hunt spirit beast for spirit rings. She could completely self-condense them, and the ones she condensed were always the most compatible with herself. Zhu Zhuking was absorbing the Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone, and after finishing the absorption of its medicinal power, she quickly opened her eyes and woke up. Absorbing the medicinal power of the Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone greatly strengthened her physical fitness, making her muscles and bones exceptionally tough, clearing almost all the meridians in her body, and giving her whole body a sense of clarity. With a mere thought from Zhu Zhuking, her spirit power could circulate throughout her entire body and limbs. In high-intensity combat, this could increase her strength by at least 30%. Furthermore, looking at her appearance, the skin Zhu Zhuking had exposed revealed a jade-like luster, as if it were ivory-white jade, crystal clear, delicate, and fair, so tender it seemed as if one could pinch water from it. After waking up, Zhu Zhuking felt the improvement in her own strength and was immediately stunned, unable to collect her thoughts for a long time. Her strength had improved too quickly. Zhu Zhuking had never imagined that in less than 3 short days, she could rise from level 28 spirit power to her current level 40. Level 40 spirit power was not Zhu Zhuking's limit. It was just because she lacked a 4th spirit ring that the spirit power accumulated within her body had not been fully released. Once Zhu Zhuking absorbed her 4th spirit ring, her spirit power would continue to advance rapidly. And all of this was because of the 250,000-year-old dark attribute spirit bone Lu Chen had given her, as well as the immortal herb, the Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhuking felt filled with gratitude toward Lu Chen. She quickly stood up and scanned her surroundings, searching for Lu Chen's figure. The surroundings were enveloped in a blue light, but Zhu Zhuking still quickly found Lu Chen, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. Seeing that Lu Chen was focused on what was in front of him, Zhu Zhuking did not call out to him. She just walked over on tiptoe and then knelt beside Lu Chen. Without making a sound to disturb Lu Chen, she just quietly gazed at his profile. Looking at his well-defined face, Zhu Zhuking had a smile on her lips, her expression gentle, and her eyes reflected Lu Chen's figure, as if this moment were permanently frozen. With Lu Chen's perception ability, he had of course long since discovered that Zhu Zhuking had woken up and walked to his side. He turned his head to look at Zhu Zhuking, whose skin was fair and delicate, so tender it seemed one could pinch water from it. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but reach out and pinch one of Zhu Zhuking's cheeks. The delicate sensation was irresistible. Zhu Zhuking let Lu Chen pinch her face. Let alone pinching her face, no matter where Lu Chen wanted to pinch, Zhu Zhuking was perfectly willing. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The narcissus jade muscle bone is indeed very suitable for you, Zhuking. You have become even more beautiful. How is your strength improvement? Zhu Zhuking's voice was as pleasant as a mountain spring in an empty valley. My spirit power has increased from level 38 to level 40, but this is definitely not my limit. I can perceive that a large portion of the spirit power brought to me by the narcissus jade muscle bone is still sleeping within my body, but because I lack a fourth spirit ring, there is no way to release it. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen closed his eyes and began to perceive. Through the blue-silver domain, he quickly found a suitable spirit beast in the sunset forest. He opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Rest assured, your fourth spirit ring will be delivered to your doorstep very soon." Hearing this, Zhu Zhuking tilted her head in confusion. Her fourth spirit ring delivering itself to her. What did that mean? Meanwhile, inside the sunset forest, a pitch-black tiger-type spirit beast, reaching 3.5 meters in length, was lying on a patch of grass, licking its paws quite leisurely, with bloodstains still on them. Clearly, this tiger-type spirit beast had just finished a hunt and had eaten its prey. This tiger-type spirit beast was named Ghost Tiger, with a body length of 3.5 meters and a cultivation level as high as 8,000 years. It could be called a hegemon of this sunset forest. But just at this moment, a rustling sound suddenly erupted in the originally quiet forest all around. The ghost tiger twitched its ears, having already detected these subtle movements. It stood up from the ground, its vertical pupils looking vigilantly toward the forest, and let out a low roar. Roar? That muffled low roar was enough to make one's heart race, and some low-cultivation 10-year spirit beast or 100-year spirit beast would likely be shocked into fainting. The next instant, dozens of blue-silver vines sprang out from the forest. Each blue-silver vine was as thick as an adult's thigh, resembling snakes and pythons, rapidly surrounding it from all directions. Facing the heavy encirclement, the ghost tiger's large tiger face clearly showed confusion and bewilderment. It could not understand at all how these blue-silver grass, which could be seen everywhere in the forest, dared to provoke it today. But not understanding did not affect the ghost tiger's ability to react quickly. It unleashed its innate skill. Clone. Amidst a surge of black light, the black tiger immediately split into 9, and soon 9 ghost tigers appeared on the scene. The 9 ghost tigers each chose a direction and pounced toward those blue-silver vines, biting at them. Crackle. Snap. However, the ghost tiger miscalculated this time. The thick blue-silver vines were not only exceptionally tough, but also powerful. Dozens of blue-silver vines whipped against the bodies of these ghost tigers, directly causing 8 of them to explode and dissipate into a mist of black fog. The remaining true body of the ghost tiger was also whipped until it was dizzy, seeing stars, and unable to find its bearings. Taking advantage of the ghost tiger being dizzy, 3 blue-silver vines quickly pounced up. 1 blue-silver vine coiled around the ghost tiger's neck, 1 coiled around its 2 front paws, and 1 coiled around its 2 hind paws. When the ghost tiger's head cleared a bit, it found that it could no longer move. The 3 blue-silver vines were thick and powerful. No matter how it struggled, it could never break free. At this moment, the blue-silver vine coiled around the ghost tiger's neck exerted a little force, and the ghost tiger suddenly couldn't catch its breath. Even though the ghost tiger opened its mouth wide and stuck out its tongue, panting heavily, it had no way to get air into its lungs. Soon this ghost tiger rolled its eyes back. Then, under the dragging of the blue-silver vines, the ghost tiger was transported toward the valley of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Before long, this ghost tiger spirit beast, 3.5 meters long and weighing over 1,000 katas, was delivered into the valley. Now Zhu Zhuking finally understood what it meant by her 4th spirit ring delivering itself to her doorstep in a moment. Lu Chen had actually perceived this ghost tiger spirit beast from an unknown distance away and controlled the blue-silver vines to capture it. This was simply miraculous. Then Lu Chen chuckled and said, "This ghost tiger spirit beast has a cultivation level of about 8,000 years. Although it is a bit high for a fourth spirit ring, you possess 2 spirit bone and have consumed an immortal herb, so absorbing an 8,000-year spirit ring is more than enough." Zhu Zhuqing answered firmly, "I will successfully absorb it." As her voice fell, Zhu Zhuqing walked over, killed the ghost tiger spirit beast, and once the spirit ring condensed, she sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the 4th spirit ring. Chapter 168. Nether Hall and Soft Bones Hall. Xiao Wu condensed her own spirit ring, while Zhu Zhuqing absorbed hers. In the end, it was Zhu Zhuqing who woke up first. The first thing Zhu Zhuqing did upon waking up was to share her joy with Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, I know my true spirit power now. My spirit power has reached level 46. Aside from the 1 level of spirit power gained from absorbing the spirit ring, the Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone brought me an increase of 7 levels of spirit power. My 4th spirit ability comes from the Ghost Tiger Spirit Beast's clone skill. It is called Nether Shadow Clone. After casting this spirit ability, I can create 8 physical clones, each possessing 80% of my strength. Because this was an absorption beyond my limits, there is also a hidden ability. When an enemy destroys my clone, the dark energy that erupts from the clone will attach to the enemy, reducing their defense by 10%. If the same enemy destroys all 8 of my clones in succession, the reduction effect on the enemy's defense can reach 80%, which will make it easier for my main body to kill them in one strike. Hearing the effects of this ability, Lu Chen discovered that it had an extra hidden ability compared to the original Nether Shadow clone from the plot. He praised it unreservedly. That is a very good ability. The essence of an agility attack spirit master lies in surprise and delivering a killing blow. Your Nether Shadow clone not only allows the clones to assist in battle, but they also reduce enemy defense after exploding, which will definitely put your enemies in a dilemma. If they don't destroy your clones, they will be caught in a siege. If they do destroy your clones, their own defense will be significantly weakened, and they could be killed by you in one strike at any moment. Zhuqing, this ability is very suitable for you. Cultivate well. Once you break through to level 70 spirit power and absorb your 7th spirit ring to become a spirit saint, I will open a separate hall for you within my longevity sect. I will name it after your spirit, calling it Nether Hall, and you will be the Hall Master. Nether Hall will recruit and train agility attack spirit masters, responsible for 2 areas of work. On one hand, it will be responsible for the protection of the sect. If the sect is attacked by enemies, your agility attack spirit masters in Nether Hall will fully utilize your speed advantage to launch a counterattack immediately and delay the enemy's advance. On the other hand, it will be responsible for monitoring the interior of the sect. Our sect is still a makeshift operation, and I don't completely trust those 7 treasure-glazed tile school disciples we've incorporated, so I need you to help me keep an eye on them. Once you discover any disciples who are disloyal, Nether Hall will be responsible for hunting them down or even killing them. Nether Hall will be a sharp sword in my hand. I have high hopes for both you and Nether Hall. Zhuqing, do not let me down. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned solemn. Her delicate face revealed determination and firmness. As if taking an oath, she said solemnly, "Lu Chen, I and my Nether Hall will definitely become that sharp sword in your hand. Whether it is external enemies or internal traitors, I will clear them all out for you." Lu Chen nodded with a smile. Then, not knowing what he was thinking, he rubbed his chin and suddenly put on a straight face. "Hall Master Zhu, please address me by my title when working in the future." Zhu Zhuqing was stunned for a moment. She looked at Lu Chen's face. Although he was expressionless, there was playfulness in his eyes. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, and she took the initiative to salute. "Yes, subordinate Zhu Zhuqing pays respects to Sect Master Lu." Lu Chen burst into laughter. Good, Hall Master Zhu, no need for formalities. Role-playing is really interesting. Is this bad taste? No, this is romantic fun." Hearing Lu Chen laugh, Zhu Zhuqing knew she had guessed correctly. Normally, Chen always gave people a sense of security and reliability, making Zhu Zhuqing habitually view him as someone to rely on. Now that Chen had finally revealed a playful side, Zhu Zhuqing pursed her lips and smiled. As long as Chen wanted to play, she could accompany him at any time. Emotional value is also value. In Zhu Zhuqing's heart, as long as it could make Chen happy, she was willing to bravely try. Just at this moment, Xiao Wu also successfully condensed her fifth spirit ring and opened her eyes, waking up. She asked with some confusion, "What sect master, what hall master, what were you two talking about just now?" Seeing Xiao Wu wake up, Chen smiled and explained to her. "I plan to open a hall for Zhuqing in my longevity sect, named Nether Hall, to recruit and train agility attack spirit masters. I will entrust Zhuqing and Nether Hall with important responsibilities in the future." Xiao Wu's eyes grew brighter and brighter as she listened. She immediately jumped up from the ground, her tone filled with longing, and she said coquettishly, "Boss Chen, no, Sect Master Lu, Zhuqing is the Hall Master of Nether Hall, so what position do you plan to arrange for me?" Hearing this, Chen put on a thoughtful expression and did not answer Xiao Wu's question for a long time. Xiao Wu eagerly stepped forward, came to Chen's side, raised her small hand, made it into a fist, and gently pounded on Chen's shoulder with a flattering smile. "Sect Master Lu, I am not bad either. After absorbing Yearning Heartbroken Red, my spirit power increased by 10 levels, and I have now breakthrough to level 51 spirit power. Moreover, because my physical fitness has greatly increased, the age of my fifth spirit ring has reached the level of 20,000 years, which is even stronger than the sixth spirit ring of many spirit emperors. My fifth spirit ability is called Soft Bones Lock. After casting this spirit ability, I can significantly increase my physical strength and use soft techniques to lock the enemy. Unless their spirit power is more than double mine, it is impossible for them to break free from my soft bones lock." After listening to Xiao Wu's introduction, Chen helplessly expressed his opinion. "Look at you. As a power attack spirit master, your fifth spirit ability is actually a control spirit ability. Although the effect is indeed good, it does not improve your attack ability. However, with Chenzin's Aurora Blade left arm bone and the star-shattering flash right leg bone, it is enough to make up for your lack of attack ability. With these two spirit bones, you are a genuine power attack spirit master. All right, I open Nether Hall for Zhuqing. In the future, I will also open a hall for you in the longevity sect. I will name it after your spirit, calling it Soft Bones Hall. Soft Bones Hall will recruit and train power attack spirit masters to serve as the main combat force within the sect. In any future battles against enemies, your Soft Bones Hall will be the main force of the longevity sect. Xiao Wu, I have great expectations for you and your Soft Bones Hall. Do not let me down. You and Zhuqing are both my right-hand assistants, and Nether Hall and Soft Bones Hall will also be the two major pillars of our longevity sect in the future." Xiao Wu felt very distressed when she heard Chen evaluate her fifth spirit ability as lacking attack power. After all, her main body was just a soft bones rabbit. In the Stardew Great Forest, she was not a spirit beast with a powerful bloodline. Being able to grow all the way to a 100,000-year spirit beast relied on her survival abilities being strong enough. But in the end, hearing that Chen still established Soft Bones Hall for her, and let her Soft Bones Hall recruit and train power attack spirit masters to serve as the main combat force of the longevity sect, Xiao Wu was overjoyed. In the Stardew Great Forest, she was the boss of Da Ming and Ming. Back in Dorm 7, she was also the second in command after boss Chen. Xiao Wu liked the feeling of being surrounded by followers, so she happily agreed. Yes, subordinate Xiao Wu pays respects to Sect Master Lu. I and my Soft Bones Hall will definitely not let Sect Master Lu down. Chapter 169. Returning to the sect, Xiao Wu and Zhuqing had finished absorbing the immortal herbs, and another day had passed. Dugu Bao and Dugu Yan had also finally finished absorbing their spirit bones. Before anyone had arrived, A string of laughter like silver bells quickly drifted over from the distance. It was Douluo Yan's laughter. Douluo Yan trotted all the way back to the ice, and fire yin-yang well deep in the valley. Like a fledgling bird returning to the forest, she brought with her an intoxicating fragrance and threw herself into Lu Chen's arms. She didn't care at all about the fiery glares coming from Xiao Wu and Zhuqing nearby. Douluo Yan pressed her face tightly against Lu Chen's chest, and with a tone of excitement and surprise, she said, "Lu Chen, you definitely can't imagine what a huge improvement the 3 spirit bones you gave me have brought me. 1 mental permanent skull bone raised my mental force to a level approaching a title Douluo, and 1 mirror reflection right arm bone raised my spirit power from rank 62 to rank 65. And that external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, although it didn't bring me any increase in spirit power, it further improved my physical fitness. This external spirit bone is the most precious. It has brought me infinite possibilities. Thank you so much. How should I thank you to express the gratitude in my heart?" Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled and reached out to gently pat Douluo Yan on the back. Yan, if you want to thank me, then join my longevity sect. You are already at rank 65 spirit power. Keep working hard, and once you break through to rank 70 spirit power and absorb your 7th spirit ring to become a spirit saint, you can serve as a hall master. Within the longevity sect, I will establish the Green Phosphorus Hall for you to recruit and train control spirit masters to serve as the strategic support force for the longevity sect. Xiao Wu's Soft Bone Hall consists of power attack spirit masters responsible for frontal assaults, and Zhuqing's Nether Hall consists of agility attack spirit masters responsible for flanking and harassment. Your Green Phosphorus Hall will consist of control spirit masters responsible for controlling the entire battlefield and providing strategic support to weak points. As the sect master of this longevity sect, I can now be called the #1 support soul master on the continent. I will provide you all with comprehensive support. The basic framework of such a sect can be considered built. What remains is to continuously recruit elite disciples and truly develop our longevity sect. Hearing Lu Chen's arrangements for her, Douluo Yan nodded and agreed without hesitation. "No problem. Wherever you are, I will always stay by your side. Since it is a sect established by you, I will definitely be a part of it. I am willing to serve as the hall master of the Green Phosphorus Hall and lead a powerful and reliable team of control spirit masters for you." Just as Lu Chen and Douluo Yan were talking, a cough drifted over from afar. Ahem. It was Douluo Bo. He had also finished absorbing 2 20,000-year spirit bones, which allowed his strength to advance further, breaking through from rank 95 spirit power to rank 96. Now Douluo Bo was beaming with pride, never having expected that in his lifetime he could become a rank 96 super Douluo. One must know that his mortal enemy, Spirit Hall's chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan, was currently still just a rank 95 super Douluo. Douluo Bo had already firmly surpassed Yuguan. How could Douluo Bo not feel happy about this? Douluo Bo coughed twice, put his hands behind his back, and assumed a calm and collected posture. He said with an arrogant tone, "Lu Chen, how do you plan to arrange for this old man? I am now a rank 96 super Douluo. I am also qualified to establish a sect. If I join your longevity sect, if you give me a low position, wouldn't I be losing face?" Lu Chen smiled. Currently, his longevity sect was still a makeshift operation. Since he had pulled Douluo Bo in, he definitely had to fully utilize his role. He gave Douluo Bo plenty of face and said, "Big brother Douluo, you are a senior. We youngsters don't have your extensive knowledge and rich experience. I plan to have you serve as the Grand Elder of the Longevity Sect's inner sect, responsible for holding down the fort at the Longevity Sect and deterring any petty scoundrels. With your reputation as the Poison Douluo, surely no one would dare to come to the Longevity Sect to cause trouble. Furthermore, from now on, when outer sect disciples of the Longevity Sect are promoted to inner sect disciples, Big Brother Douluo will have to be the gatekeeper, examining the loyalty, talent, character, spirit potential, and strength of the outer sect disciples. selecting the best of the best to become inner sect elites. Chen paused, then said with high spirits, "In my vision, the longevity sect is divided into the inner sect and the outer sect. The inner sect consists of elite disciples, composed of Yan Yan's green phosphorus hall, Xiao Wu's soft bone hall, and Zhuking's nether hall. The outer sect consists of ordinary disciples. In the future, any spirit masters recruited from outside must first enter the outer sect. Those with excellent talent will be promoted to the inner sect, while those with average or lower talent will remain in the outer sect, responsible for creating wealth for the sect. Once we return this time, I plan to send people to seize the forests, lakes, fields, mines, salt pools, restaurants, and shops that originally belonged to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even if we can't swallow the entire commercial map of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, I will seize all of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's fixed assets. Our sect cannot just sit and eat away at our reserves. We must have a stable source of funds. The output from these fixed assets will basically cover our sect's daily expenses." Hearing that his position was the Grand Elder of the Longevity Sect's inner sect, with a lofty status, responsible for holding down the fort, holding significant power, and being in charge of the promotion of outer sect disciples to inner sect disciples, Douluo felt very satisfied. After all, he was a titled Douluo powerhouse who shook the continent. Although he had already agreed to join Chen's sect, if Chen had just casually given him a position to brush him off, he would have lost a lot of face. Douluo took a deep look at Chen. "Your longevity sect, although currently still a makeshift operation, has a very clear internal structure. I believe that it won't take long before it becomes a powerful force second to none on this continent. I agree to serve as the Grand Elder of your longevity sect's inner sect. What are your plans? Are we leaving now?" Chen nodded and replied, "Yes, now that Big Brother Douluo and Yan Yan have finished absorbing their spirit bones, and Xiao Wu and Zhuking have finished absorbing their immortal herbs, there is no need to continue staying in the Ice and Fire Valley. Let's set off and return to our longevity sect. That 7-star dragon tongue orchid would need at least 2 more days to grow to the point where it could be harvested. Chen couldn't possibly stay at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well forever. He had the space/spirit ability, which allowed him to tear through space and return to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well at any time. As long as he persisted in coming back every day to cast all rivers run to sea from his blue-silver domain on the 7-star dragon tongue orchid, he could accelerate the growth speed of the 7-star dragon tongue orchid without having to stay at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well every moment. Subsequently, Chen, Douluo, Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhuking left the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. Douluo flew by himself. Chen flew while carrying Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhuking. There was no helping it. Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhuking were unwilling to be separated from Chen, so Chen had no choice but to carry all 3 of them. About 2 hours later, the group of 5 returned to the original 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chen sought out Mo and obtained the list of outer sect disciples from him. Looking at the names, spirit categories, and spirit power ranks one by one, along with a few simple introductions, he gained a preliminary understanding of these 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School disciples who had been incorporated. Then, Chen instructed Mo to arrange for these 800 outer sect disciples to take the land deeds of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and go to take over the forests, lakes, fields, mines, salt pools, restaurants, and shops that originally belonged to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. There was no need to fear trouble. If there was any trouble, they should come back and report it to him, and he would go and solve these troubles one by one. Chen didn't believe it. The core upper echelon of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengjai, Chenzin, Gu Rong, as well as the 6 Spirit Douluo and 18 Spirit Saints, had all already died at his hands. Could those 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School disciples stationed in various places really dare to put up a desperate struggle? If nothing else, Chen would just kill them all again. Chapter 170. Zhu King arrives unexpectedly. There were truly some who feared not death. Some elders of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who were stationed outside, had appropriated the assets under their control after the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School disbanded. When Chen sent people to take over, they either played dumb or cried poverty and acted miserable. Some even went so far as to beat up the people Chen had sent. They claimed that the people Chen sent were ungrateful, saying that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had expended great effort to cultivate them, yet they chose to betray the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. These disciples returned to the original Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, now the Longevity Sect. After reporting the matter to Chen, he set out without a word. To Chen, all the assets occupied by those Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School elders should belong to him. Daring to occupy his assets, these fellows truly did not want to live. Chen acted with lightning speed. Within 4 hours, he traveled between major cities, personally killing 1 spirit Douluo, 4 spirit saints, and 10 spirit emperors, greatly intimidating the remaining personnel of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as well as various factions that were colluding with the remaining personnel of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With Chen's iron-fisted methods, the subsequent takeover work became smooth. Chen returned to the Longevity Sect. At this moment, a disciple immediately came to report that the Heaven-Due Crown Prince, Zhu King, had come to visit and was currently on the square outside the main peak's Great Hall. Upon learning of this, Chen could not help but raise an eyebrow. Zhu King was both the Crown Prince of the Heaven-Due Empire and a disciple of Ning Fengzhai. Chen had personally killed Ning Fengzhai. Now that his disciple had come knocking, this was likely to hold him accountable. However, Chen was not afraid. Since he had dared to strike, killing Ning Fengzhai, Chen Xin, and Gu Rong without hesitation, it was because he feared no one's retaliation. Chen floated to the square and saw at a glance a figure in white robes with a slightly slender back. It was Zhu King. Hearing the commotion, Zhu King turned around. The moment he locked eyes with Chen, Zhu King's pupils dilated slightly, shocked beyond measure by Chen's handsome appearance. Now, Chen had no disguise on his face, revealing his most true appearance. A head of lush, azure long hair hung somewhat messily behind him, reaching his waist. Beneath that azure long hair was a handsome face with exquisite features and well-defined angles, eyebrows like sharp swords, slanting into his temples, eyes like stars, deep and bright. A nose like a distant mountain, high and handsome. Red lips and white teeth. If he were to smile, it would surely be very good-looking. He was 2 meters tall, but not overly burly. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, it instead made him appear tall and slender. Wearing a fitting blue robe, just standing there casually would make people involuntarily focus their gaze upon him. When it comes to cosmetic plastic surgery, one must hand it to the Blue-Silver Emperor. Ever since Chen awakened the Blue-Silver Emperor spirit, everyone who had seen his true appearance felt nothing but amazement. Now, Zhu King was also so amazed that he could not speak for a long time. After a long while, Zhu King twitched the corners of his mouth and spoke with some ambiguity. Chen, this is your true appearance. You hit it deep enough. In the past, you always disguised yourself as a plain-looking middle-aged man who could have thought you were so young and so handsome. It seems that after killing my teacher, you no longer have any scruples and can finally appear on the continent with your true face openly. A look of interest flashed in Chen's eyes. He wanted to see what medicine Zhu King was selling in his gourd, so he said calmly, Ning Fengzhai harbored murderous intent toward me. I have not dared to forget for a single day how he once brought Chen Xin and Gu Rong to intercept and kill me. Between Ning Fengzhai and me, one of us was destined to fall eventually. Only in this way could this grudge be completely ended. The Crown Prince is a disciple of Ning Fengzhai. If the Crown Prince has come to my Longevity Sect today to seek an explanation and justice for Ning Fengzhai, that is also a matter of course. Longevity Sect. Zhu King's mouth twitched. He remembered this was the mountain gate of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but it now belonged to Chen. Whatever name Lu Chen wanted to give it was indeed his business. His purpose for coming today was, of course, to recruit Lu Chen as an ally. But on the surface, as Lu Chen was his teacher's killer, he had to make some gesture. Even if only verbally, he had to shout a few words for Ning Fengzhai. Otherwise, his persona as Zhu King would completely collapse. A cold-blooded and ruthless crown prince would certainly be despised by the common people of the Heaven Du Empire. Zhu King stepped forward, his hands tightly clenched into fists, his neck stiff, and his eyes reddened as he glared at Lu Chen, with quite a bit of gnashing of teeth. Lu Chen, I do intend to seek an explanation for my teacher. My teacher's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. Ever since he took me in as a disciple, he taught me all his life's experience and fully supported me in becoming the crown prince of the Heaven Du Empire. For such great kindness, I, Zhu King, absolutely must repay it, otherwise would I not become an ungrateful villain. This acting was truly deceptive. With these words from Zhu King, no one could find any fault. Lu Chen watched Zhu King's performance calmly throughout. If Zhu King really wanted to avenge his teacher, he should have brought two powerhouses with him. Now that Zhu King had come alone, apart from the words shouted on the surface, he likely had absolutely no intention of avenging Ning Fengzhai in his heart. Sure enough, Zhu King quickly changed the subject. No longer appearing so angry, he instead stood from the perspective of a neutral party and analyzed calmly. If I were just an ordinary person, even if it meant blood splashing 5 steps away, I would avenge my teacher. But I am the crown prince of the Heaven Du Empire. I cannot act on impulse. I must be fair and just. The grudge between you and my teacher was all because my teacher harbored jealousy. Jealous of your talent, he did not hesitate to bring Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to intercept and kill you in order to suppress you. It is only natural that you harbor a grudge against my teacher. I have thought about it over and over. As a disciple, I cannot blame my teacher. As the crown prince, I cannot be overly critical of you. After all, you are the most innocent. If not for my teacher's suppression of you, you would not have risen in anger, killed my teacher, as well as Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, and disbanded the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Zhu King paused, took a deep breath, and said with great sincerity and emotion, "Neither my teacher nor you can be blamed, so all of this is my fault. As the crown prince of the Heaven Du Empire, I need to be responsible for every citizen of the Heaven Du Empire. You are also a citizen of the Heaven Du Empire. I should have stood up bravely when you were being persecuted by my teacher. Standing by your side, even if it meant falling out with my teacher, I should have upheld fairness and justice. Unfortunately, I was not able to stand up bravely, so all the blame for this lies with me. Lu Chen, or rather, His Excellency Chang Sheng, although you killed my teacher, I have decided to reconcile with you because I have let you down, failing to protect you when you were persecuted. Doing this might earn me my teacher's blame, but I think my teacher would understand me, because this is the principle he taught me. His Excellency Chang Sheng, I say sorry to you here. I apologize to you on behalf of my teacher. I hope we can truly reconcile from this point on." Chapter 171. I argued with my father until I slammed the table. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel deeply moved when he heard this. Zhu King's acting skills were truly masterful, and his schemes and methods were even more astonishing. He had killed Zhu King's teacher, Ning Fengzhai. There was a feud over the teacher's death between them, and naturally, they should have been at odds like fire and water. Zhu King had forcefully taken the responsibility upon himself through sheer eloquence, displaying an image of selflessness. Not only did this not ruin his persona, but it actually made his image as the crown prince appear even more approachable. After all, those commoners at the bottom of the Heaven Du Empire would surely hope for a crown prince and future emperor who was willing to uphold justice for them. As for whether the crown prince had lost his teacher, the commoners would likely only treat it as fodder for gossip after tea and meals. As long as public opinion was controlled well, the impact on Zhu King could be minimized, truly worthy of being Kaiyan Renksu. Undercover in the Heaven Du Empire, replacing Zhu King for such a long time, from the emperor of the Heaven Du Empire to the civil and military officials, and even Ning Fengzhai, Chen, and Gu Rong of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. None of them discovered that this Zhu King was actually a substitute. It is evident that Qian Rengsu's disguise did not rely solely on the ability of that spirit bone. Her own schemes and methods were the foundation that allowed her to handle everything with ease and maneuver among all parties. What Lu Chen found most strange now was Zhu King not only apologized to him himself, but also wanted to apologize on behalf of his teacher, Ning Fengzhai. How did Ning Fengzhai die? He was cut in half by Lu Chen's own hands. If Ning Fengzhai's soul still remained, and he knew that his disciple had apologized to Lu Chen on his behalf, he would likely be so angry that he would come back to life. Oh boy, who could understand this? After being killed by someone, one's own disciple not only fails to avenge them, but instead goes to apologize to the murderer of their teacher. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. He waved his hand and said very generously, "Sai, the past is in the past. We should look forward, since the Crown Prince has apologized to me and even apologized on behalf of Schoolmaster Ning. Then what else is there for me to say? I forgive you both and we can reconcile from here on." It's just a pity that Schoolmaster Ning cannot see this. If he were alive to see us reconcile like this, I'm afraid he would be very gratified. Zhu King also found it hard to keep a straight face. He had considered his own skin thick enough, but he hadn't expected Lu Chen to be on par with him in terms of shamelessness. Reconcile if you want to reconcile, yet he just had to hypocritically add, "It's a pity that Schoolmaster Ning cannot see this. When you dealt the killing blow, I didn't see you giving Ning Fengzhai a chance to reconcile. Now you're acting all sentimental." However, hearing that Lu Chen was willing to reconcile, Zhu King was still very happy. This was a good start. A smile appeared on Zhu King's face, as if all the anger, righteous indignation, and gnashing of teeth from just a moment ago had completely vanished. He also gradually revealed his true intentions. Very well. Being able to reconcile with His Excellency Changsheng is a fortunate event for me, my teacher, and the Heaven Du Empire. His Excellency Changsheng, you killed my teacher, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, and dissolved the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. This has severed an arm of our Heaven Du Imperial family. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was an ally of our Heaven Du Imperial family. Since you are establishing the longevity sect, our Heaven Du Imperial family is willing to provide financial support. As long as you are willing to have the longevity sect continue to be an ally of our Heaven Du Imperial family, our Heaven Du Imperial family will allocate a special fund to your longevity sect every year, allowing you to develop the sect without any worries. Hearing that Zhu King had finally revealed his true purpose, Lu Chen refused without a second thought. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. He had raided the treasury of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and had over 1 billion gold coins in his hands. He was in no need of money right now. He would not tie himself to the Heaven Du Imperial family for a mere pittance, and he certainly would not become a hired thug for the Heaven Du Imperial family. He was not like Ning Fengzhai, who wanted to use the power of the Heaven Du Imperial family to take the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to the next level. Ning Fengzhai was only a support soul master, and the defects of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda spirit meant he could only become a spirit saint with level 79 spirit power. Lu Chen was different. As long as his strength continued to break through, the longevity sect he founded would sooner or later become the #1 sect on the continent, with no need to rely on any external forces. Lu Chen spoke bluntly, becoming an ally of the Heaven Du Imperial family. I think we can skip that. Although our longevity sect has just been established, we are not currently lacking financial support. Therefore, whether it is me or my longevity sect, we will remain neutral. If people do not offend me, I will not offend them. After all, my original intention in establishing the sect was just to ensure my family and friends could have a place to live in peace, not to participate in the struggles between empires. Zhu King frowned upon hearing this. As expected, trying to recruit Lu Chen would not be as simple as planned. He had no choice but to drop some heavy information. His Excellency Changsheng, the matter of you killing my teacher has not only made things exceptionally difficult for me, but my father, Emperor Zhu Yi, is also furious about it. After receiving the news, he angrily said that you were lawless, and that you destroyed the Heaven-Du imperial family's ally, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, without informing the Heaven-Du imperial family. The situation was extremely critical at the time. My father was even preparing to mobilize troops and generals, wanting to teach you a lesson. It was I who, in the imperial study, argued with my father until I slammed the table, risking the loss of my position as crown prince, which finally caused my father to calm down and reconsider a solution. His Excellency Changsheng, you have severed an arm of the Heaven-Du imperial family, and you are unwilling to become an asset to the Heaven-Du imperial family. This makes things very difficult. If my father gets angry again, even I might not be able to persuade him. When an emperor is enraged, millions of corpses will fall. Surely that is a scene you would not want to see, His Excellency Changsheng. Hearing this naked threat, Chen laughed instead of getting angry. A terrifying, almost tangible killing intent erupted from his body, and suddenly, cold winds howled all around, as if the sky had turned the color of blood. Crown Prince, you had best persuade your father. If people do not offend me, I will not offend them. If Emperor Zhu, you truly make some wrong decisions, think about the fate of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Under the shroud of Chen's killing intent, Zhu Qing's face turned ghastly pale, and his entire body was trembling slightly. Although Chen did not have the slaughter god domain, this killing intent he had cultivated himself was not necessarily weaker than the slaughter god domain. On the surface, Zhu Qing was only a 4-ring spirit ancestor, and his hidden strength was merely that of a 6-ring spirit emperor. With just this much strength, how could he possibly withstand Chen's killing intent? Zhu Qing truly felt a coldness all over his body, as if he had fallen into hell. When he looked at Chen again, there was already a hint of fear in his eyes. So the gap between the two of them had already reached such a degree. Zhu Qing said with chattering teeth, I understand. Hearing this, Chen instantly retracted his killing intent and said indifferently, there is one more thing I need to trouble the crown prince with. At the same time I established the longevity sect, I am also going to establish a longevity academy. This will be a high-level spirit master academy. I will take our Changsheng Academy team to participate in the next Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament. Please go to the Heaven-Du Empire's Ministry of Education and register our Longevity Academy so it will be convenient for us to sign up for the competition. Zhu Qing just wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible and immediately nodded in agreement. No problem. As soon as the words fell, Zhu Qing turned and left, with quite a bit of the air of someone fleeing in panic. Zhu Qing already understood that his recruitment attempt had failed. The longevity sect would not become an ally of the Heaven-Du imperial family. Chen would not become his ally either. She felt the gap in strength from Chen, which was like a chasm, and it made her develop deep confusion about her own choices. If she had the same power as Chen, would she no longer need to slowly execute the plan to steal the country? Why did Chen have absolutely no awe for imperial power? Zhu Qing felt greatly puzzled. This was something that a native like Zhu Qing would never understand. Having transmigrated here and experienced ideological liberation, how could Chen possibly have any awe for imperial power? Chapter 172. The Romantic Affairs of Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong. Watching the back of Zhu Qing as he departed, Chen's eyes were as cold as a block of ice. Emperor Zhu Yi, it seems you have a death wish. A mere emperor actually dared to threaten a titled Douluo. If it were those native titled Douluo, they might have chosen to let the matter rest. But as one who had undergone transmigration, Chen had not a shred of reverence for an emperor. Killing Emperor Zhu Yi would be as easy as slaughtering pigs or dogs. It wouldn't require any effort at all. However, if he killed Emperor Zhu Yi, another emperor would simply ascend the throne. Zhu Qing might even seize the opportunity to take the throne, which would only benefit him. Since he was going to kill, he couldn't just kill one emperor. He should go bigger and completely eradicate the imperial system itself. He would sweep this rotten, backward feudal system, along with those nobles who lived by sucking the blood of the common people, into the dustbin of history. Since Chen had come through transmigration, he ought to leave something behind. He couldn't be like Tang San, who left the Douluo Continent for the god realm after attaining divinity. As a result, the system of the Douluo Continent hadn't developed one bit even after 10,000 years, remaining the same old feudal imperial power. Before he had come through transmigration, there was no problem with the Douluo Continent developing this way. But now that he had come through transmigration, if the Douluo Continent continued to develop like this, then wouldn't his transmigration have been in vain? Chen set another goal for himself: completely eradicate the feudal imperial power and lead the Douluo Continent into a new era. This was not something that could be achieved by one person relying solely on individual might. It required countless people to strive for it, one after another. Chen rubbed his chin and thought, "It seems my Longevity Academy, besides teaching Spirit Cultivate, must also introduce a course on ideology to guide the awakening of thought on the Douluo Continent. Without a thorough ideological revolution, it would be impossible to completely erase the sacredness of the emperor from the hearts of the commoners." Thinking of this, Chen turned and returned to the main hall of the peak to continue planning the establishment of the sect and the academy. Meanwhile, on the other side, after leaving the Longevity sect and returning to Heaven Dew City, Zhu King relayed the news of his failed attempt to win over Chen to Emperor Zhu Yi. Emperor Zhu Yi flew into another fit of impotent rage. He hated Chen's arrogance, but he truly had no good way to deal with him. None of the royal consecrated experts he could command were titled Douluo, so they simply couldn't handle Chen, who was a titled Douluo. Since he couldn't win Chen over, Emperor Zhu Yi had no choice but to completely ignore him to avoid pushing him into the opposition. At the same time, he increased his efforts to gather the remnants of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, even secretly promising Ning Rongrong that when the time was right in the future, he would help her rebuild the 7 treasure glazed tile school. He attempted to use this method to integrate the 7 treasure glazed tile school into the Heaven Dew imperial family, further strengthening the power of the Heaven Dew imperial family. Unfortunately, the 7 treasure glazed tile school no longer had any titled Douluo, and what the Heaven Dew imperial family lacked most right now were spirit masters at the titled Douluo level. 3 days passed like this, and Chen didn't receive any news from the Heaven Dew imperial family, so he knew they had backed down. He couldn't be bothered with the Heaven Dew imperial family for now, because after holding a grand opening ceremony, his Longevity sect and Longevity Academy were officially recruiting disciples and students. Chen also fulfilled his promise, distributing 3-month salary to the 800 remaining disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school as their settlement allowance. After receiving real gold and silver, these disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school finally developed a sense of belonging to the Longevity sect, officially becoming its first batch of disciples. Everything seemed to be on the right track. However, problems soon arose. Neither the Longevity sect nor the Longevity Academy had many spirit masters coming to sign up. Even with the generous salary of the Longevity sect and the low tuition of the Longevity Academy, very few people were willing to come. Chen sent people to investigate the situation and quickly understood the reason. It was Spirit Hall playing tricks. Although Spirit Hall had revoked the wanted order for Chen, they still heavily condemned him, claiming he was addicted to killing, cruel, merciless, and a thoroughly depraved spirit master. They were also secretly spreading some half-true, half-false gossip, saying that he wouldn't be happy if he didn't kill someone every day. Even if he was happy one day, he would still kill 2 people just for fun, for no other reason than that his hands were itchy. They also claimed he would forcibly abduct innocent women and lock them in a secret room for his own enjoyment. There were even people who stood up to accuse him, claiming that Lu Chen had ruined them years ago, holding a child, and saying it was Lu Chen's offspring. After Lu Chen learned of this information, he was furious with Spirit Hall. Years ago, he hadn't even been 10 years old. How would he have had the ability to get someone pregnant? This was clearly blatant slander. If they couldn't slander him as a 100,000-year spirit beast, they would continue to slander his character and temperament, forcing him into a state of total isolation on the continent. These tactics were truly vicious. Although Bibai Dong's prestige had diminished somewhat following previous events, she was still the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall, and Spirit Hall was still the holy land in the hearts of many spirit masters on the continent. This was a reputation that Spirit Hall had accumulated over countless years. It couldn't be completely erased by one or two mishaps. Regarding this situation, Lu Chen did not intend to prove his innocence. The opponent's rumors were coming one after another. If he tried to refute them one by one, it would be endless, and there would never be a day where he was truly cleared. Therefore, facing this situation, he either had to completely destroy Spirit Hall or completely muddy the waters. Spirit Hall still had a pile of powerhouses. Besides Bibai Dong, there was the Super Douluo Dalu with 99th rank spirit power, 6 consecrated experts with 96th to 98th rank spirit power, and 9 elders with 92nd to 95th rank spirit power. Wanting to destroy Spirit Hall was still an impossible task for the time being. So for Lu Chen, the best solution right now was to completely muddy the waters. In his own room, a cold smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. Bibai Dong, you were the one who acted unrighteously first, so don't blame me for being unjust. Do you really think that no one knows about those sordid affairs of yours? As his voice fell, Lu Chen sat down at his desk, took out paper and a pen, and began to write a novel. The name of this novel was The Romantic Affairs of Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong. And the first chapter of the novel was titled The Spirit Hall Holy Maiden and the Useless Clown. It told the tale of the entanglement between the blind and foolish Spirit Hall Holy Maiden Bibai Dong, who had a fetish for ugly men, and the clown Yu Xiaogang, who came from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and possessed a pig spirit. Yu Xiaogang deliberately approached Bibai Dong to steal the legacy of Spirit Hall. Bibai Dong, completely oblivious, was bewitched by Yu Xiaogang due to her fetish for ugly men. Using her identity as the Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall, she sold all the cultivation knowledge and summarized experiences researched by numerous predecessors of Spirit Hall over countless years to Yu Xiaogang. Later on, Bibai Dong even planned to elope with Yu Xiaogang, but was stopped by the previous Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, Qian Zunji. Qian Zunji first drove Yu Xiaogang away and brought back Bibai Dong, who wanted to elope with him. He tried to persuade her earnestly, hoping to make her change her mind. However, Bibai Dong had long made up her mind to elope with Yu Xiaogang, showing no regard for the nurturing grace of Spirit Hall. Facing Bibai Dong, who had betrayed Spirit Hall, Qian Zunji's earnest persuasion yielded no results. In order to keep her, he had no choice but to use his final trump card, destroying her purity. In the secret room that day, Qian Zunji and Bibai Dong fought for 300 rounds. Lu Chen racked his brains, exhausting all the novels and films he had seen in his past life to depict the details of that battle in such a vivid, titillating, and heart-pounding way that it made one's blood boil. Lu Chen thought with a very wicked sense of humor, Bibai Dong, I want to show you what it means for erotica to be the primary driving force. Those sordid affairs of yours in the secret room will spread virally across the entire continent with this novel. Even if you send people to confiscate these books, can you guarantee that the people you send won't be curious about the contents? As long as someone is curious, you can just wait to become the focus of everyone's gossip. Chapter 173, Shocking the Douluo Continent 3 days later. Lu Chen had 100,000 copies of his self-written novel, The Amorous Affairs of Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong, printed at his own expense. Using his space-slash ability to traverse space, he managed to spread them across all the major cities of the continent within a single night. After completing all of this, Chen glanced in the direction of Spirit Hall. Bibai Dong, this time I will use your own methods against you. You spend all day having people slander me with all sorts of lies, but have you ever considered that you yourself are not clean? The tentacles of Spirit Hall reach into every corner of the continent. With just one order from Bibai Dong, she can spread slanderous information about me to any place on the continent. I do not have such a massive organization, so I will use erotica as the driving force. I will stuff all of your sordid little affairs, Bibai Dong, into this novel. I refuse to believe that no one will be curious. Bibai Dong, you are going to be the talk of the entire continent. As his voice fell, Chen unleashed his space slash, tearing open a spatial rift, and with a flash, he stepped into it. He prepared to rush back to the longevity sect to continue printing 1 million copies of the amorous affairs of Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong. The first 100,000 copies had been printed at his own expense and distributed for free. Consider it baiting the hook. As for the subsequent 1 million copies, Chen planned to release them into the black market, which might just bring him a handsome profit. Consider it compensation from Bibai Dong. Once the novel truly exploded in popularity, he would take advantage of the momentum to write a sequel. He would expose Bibai Dong's true face, revealing how she devoured her own teacher, Qian Zunji, became a genuine fallen spirit master, and began the Rakshasa god trials, bringing it all to light. As an evil god, the Rakshasa god believed in corruption, chaos, slaughter, and tyranny. Once Bibai Dong became the Rakshasa god, she would bring nothing but destruction to the Douluo Continent. Once the spirit masters of the continent realized Bibai Dong's true face, they would see that she had no qualifications left to serve as the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. The next morning, just as the sky was beginning to brighten. In the major cities across the continent, early risers discovered a book left at their doorsteps upon stepping outside. Driven by curiosity, they picked up the books and opened them to take a look. After finishing the first page, the reactions of these people were all different. Some had their expressions change drastically, feeling that this was a desecration of Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong. Not daring to continue reading, they immediately took the book and headed to the nearest Spirit Hall main hall, branch hall, or sub-hall. They handed the book over to the Spirit Hall deacons. After a quick glance, the Spirit Hall deacons also had their expressions change drastically. Not daring to handle it themselves, they immediately detained the people and reported the matter up the chain of command. These honest, simple folk could never have imagined that out of respect for Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong. They had voluntarily handed over this lewd, evil book to the Spirit Hall deacons. Not only did they fail to receive any reward, but both they and the books were detained, and they didn't even know if they would be able to return home alive. As for the others who found the book, they did not hand it over to Spirit Hall. Instead, they snuck it home and stared intently, reading it from start to finish. Especially when reading the secret chamber section, the details of the great battle between Qian Zunji and Bibai Dong made their faces flush and their blood boil. They wished they could transmigrate into the book, replace the Qian Zunji in the story, and engage in the great battle with Bibai Dong. Upon reaching the end, still unsatisfied, they flipped back to the first page, ready to read it all over again. Among these people, they were divided into two groups. One group consisted of ordinary people who simply treated this book as a common piece of erotica and did not associate it with anything else. However, there was another group of spirit masters who knew that, in the spirit masters' world, there truly was a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan did indeed produce a piece of trash named Yu Xiaogang. Comparing this with the contents of the book, they couldn't help but think of a terrifying possibility. The plot in this erotic book was very likely not fabricated, but rather things that had truly happened. That was an incredible matter. Who could have imagined that the current Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, Bibai Dong, would have been so infatuated with a piece of trash from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan 20 years ago that she was willing to break ties with the Spirit Hall that nurtured her just to elope with Yu Xiaogang? Isn't that just a pure ingrate? Spirit Hall provided her with the best food and drink, spent painstaking effort, and invested massive resources to nurture her, yet Bibai Dong did not think to repay Spirit Hall's kindness. Instead, she betrayed a large amount of Spirit Hall's secrets to Yu Xiaogang, whom she had only known for a short time. This kind of treacherous behavior was enough to make anyone feel contempt. Not to mention that in the end, she had planned to abandon everything in Spirit Hall and elope with the trash Yu Xiaogang. Where did this put Spirit Hall? Hu were the holy maiden of Spirit Hall. This was not just power, but also responsibility. To enjoy the power but not fulfill the responsibilities. What a selfish and self-interested act, such a person, who ended up being forced into a great battle with Qian Zunji in a secret chamber, was simply reaping what she had sown, and was not worthy of anyone's sympathy. For such a person to eventually become the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall was truly something that made people sigh with lament. After a day of fermentation, this erotic book became a hit within a small circle, and copies were hard to come by. Major spirit master sects and families searched everywhere, but could not find one. When they finally managed to snatch a book, several or even a dozen people would watch it together. First, they would appreciate the details of the great battle between Qian Zunji and Bibai Dong. A group of 50, 60, or 70-year-olds, although they wore expressions of disgust on their faces, were secretly applauding in their hearts. Then they would gather to discuss that one must absolutely not get too close to an ungrateful ingrate like Bibai Dong. Otherwise, one never knew when one might be betrayed by her. Meanwhile, at the Supreme Pontiff Palace in Spirit City, after being reported up through the layers, Bibai Dong also saw this book. She was so angry that her face turned livid, and violent killing intent and rage flashed in her eyes. Bang! Violent spirit power surged from her body, instantly tearing the book into shreds. Around Bibai Dong, circles of sickly green mist swirled, making her appear eerie and terrifying. On Bibai Dong's forehead, where her skin had originally been fair, lines resembling spider webs emerged. Her expression was so gloomy that it seemed as if she wanted to devour someone. At this moment, Bibai Dong was nearly hysterical, like a mad demon. Her love for Yu Xiaogang was the only light in her heart, while her great battle with Qian Zunji in the secret chamber was all the darkness in her heart. These two matters had actually been written into an erotic book and spread all over the continent, being read, evaluated, and discussed by who knows how many people. Every time she thought of this, Bibai Dong's desire to destroy the world became even more firm. This dirty, filthy world truly had to be completely cleansed, Bibai Dong roared in a shrill voice. Yu Guan, Gui Mei, pass on my order. All Spirit Hall personnel are to be mobilized. Collect every single copy of this damnable book and burn them all to ashes. Anyone, remember anyone. Whoever dares to hide this forbidden book will be immediately arrested or even executed. If, after 3 days, I discover that this book is still circulating on the continent, you know the consequences. Yu Guan and Gui Mei were both trembling. Bibai Dong no longer called them elders, but had addressed them directly by their full names. They could already imagine the fury behind this. Although their faces looked incredibly ugly, they could only comply. As you command. Chapter 174. The laughingstock of the entire continent after Yu Guan and Gui Mei left. Only Bibai Dong remained inside the vast Supreme Pontiff Palace. Bibai Dong's chest heaved violently. She flung the platinum scepter in her hand away with great force, and it hit the floor with a clattering sound. Her expression was as hideous as a demon from hell. Filled with immense rage and hatred, she thought, who could it be? All the old-timers who knew about Xiaogang and me back then have already been suppressed and pushed to the fringes of Spirit Hall under my orders. Either they are guarding prisons, completely isolated from the world, or they've been out in the enforcement team hunting down fallen spirit masters. Most of them have died over the years, so how could anyone still have the power to spread these trashy erotic novels across the entire continent overnight, to have such power, and to know not only that I was with Xiaogang, but also what that beast Qian Zunji did to me? There is only one person in all of Spirit Hall, Qian Dalu, that damned old bastard. I thought that since he was guarding the Elder Hall, he really didn't care about worldly affairs. When Tang Hao attacked last time, he didn't send a single elder to help. This time, he's stirring up trouble again, writing these damned erotic novels. He's even willing to ruin his dead son's reputation just to completely smear my image and destroy my prestige. It seems he is preparing to make a move against me. He wants to make me completely lose the support of the people within Spirit Hall, then drive me out of office so his granddaughter can return and inherit the position of Supreme Pontiff. Damn it, damn it, damn it. This old bastard's methods are truly ruthless. But if you think this is enough to topple me, you are sorely mistaken. I only wanted to pursue my own love. Xiaogang promised me that he would personally cook his specialty white porridge for me. That was a tenderness I had never experienced before, something the cold Spirit Hall had never given me. You all only ever pressured me to cultivate day in and day out. Everything was suffocating me. You only valued my talent. Only Xiaogang liked me for who I am. Is there something wrong with me wanting to leave with Xiaogang? I have done nothing wrong. It was that beast Qian Zunji. He drove Xiaogang away and forcibly took me. As the victim, I should only receive everyone's sympathy, while that Qian Zunji will be nailed to the pillar of shame, unable to ever clear his name for all eternity. Although my image is ruined, if you think you can pull me down from the position of Supreme Pontiff like this, the elders and bishops of Spirit Hall will never agree to it. Bibai Dong was so confident because she had been the Supreme Pontiff for 10 years. During these 10 years, she had vigorously promoted her own confidants. The spirit temples, main spirit halls, branch spirit halls, and sub-spirit halls under Spirit Hall were almost all controlled by personnel she had promoted. These people she promoted would surely be loyal to her. Apart from the Elder Hall, she had already taken control of everything in Spirit Hall, which the Qian family had operated for tens of thousands of years, was now firmly in her grasp. She was not afraid of falling out with Qian Dalu at all. If Qian Dalu truly dared to fall out with her, she would dare to take the entire Spirit Hall, excluding the Elder Hall, and split off to establish her own Spirit Hall. At that point, Qian Dalu would be left with nothing but the Elder Hall, and he would have no way to deal with the split-off Spirit Hall. Although it was a bit overconfident, Bibai Dong possessed this kind of baffling self-assurance. After all, in Bibai Dong's view, she was able to sit on the throne of the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall because of her grand strategy, brilliance, iron-fisted methods, and decisive actions. Qian Dalu was old. After Qian Zunji's death, Qian Dalu did not step forward to take charge of the overall situation. Facing the chaotic situation at that time, Bibai Dong had relied entirely on herself to become the Supreme Pontiff. Qian Dalu hadn't provided her with any help at all. This was Bibai Dong's source of confidence. Meanwhile, Yu Guan and Gui Mei, who had left the Supreme Pontiff Palace, were quietly using their spirit power to project their voices into lines. Yu Guan said, "Old Ghost, when this trashy erotic novel was submitted, you must have read it, right?" Gui Mei, whose entire body was shrouded in black mist, replied in a hoarse voice. "Mn, I read it," Yu Guan said with some melancholy. Given the Supreme Pontiff's composure, if the content of this erotic novel were fake, she would have definitely just tossed it aside, sneered, and called it utterly boring. But looking at the Supreme Pontiff's reaction, tearing the book into powder and ordering us to collect these erotic novels across the entire continent and destroy them all, it gives one the feeling of being exposed and reacting with shame and anger. I think, perhaps, the content in that erotic novel is likely true. The Supreme Pontiff once betrayed Spirit Hall, attempting to elope with that loser named Yu Xiaogang, and was later locked in a secret chamber by the previous Supreme Pontiff for repeated battles. If all of this is true, I can hardly look the Supreme Pontiff in the eye anymore. That damned erotic novel was written too vividly. Now, my mind just keeps replaying the scene of the Supreme Pontiff and the previous Supreme Pontiff's battle over and over again. Gui Mei was silent for a long while before replying in a hoarse voice. "So what if it's true? So what if it's false? We brothers threw our lot in with the Supreme Pontiff for wealth and status. As long as the Supreme Pontiff can provide us with wealth and status, whether the Supreme Pontiff has betrayed Spirit Hall or not, what does that have to do with us? We just need to execute the Supreme Pontiff's orders and preserve our wealth and status. That is enough. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan thought about it and realized it was indeed the case. Brother, you are right. We too dignified titled Douluo threw our lot in with the Supreme Pontiff for wealth and status. If we still had ideals and beliefs, how could we have become the loyal dogs under the Supreme Pontiff's command? Then let's go. Let's hurry and execute the Supreme Pontiff's orders. Instruct the spirit temples, main spirit halls, branch spirit halls, and sub-spirit halls everywhere to ban those erotic novels and collect and burn them all. Following Yu Guan and Gui Mei's transmission of Bibai Dong's orders, the spirit temples, main spirit halls, branch spirit halls, and sub-spirit halls everywhere dispatched large numbers of personnel to take action. Searching for the erotic novels house by house, the large-scale operation immediately attracted the attention of all parties. Bibai Dong had truly made a terrible move. She might have been provoked, which led her to issue such a command that only served to draw more attention to the very thing she wanted to cover up, born out of shame and anger. Some people who were skeptical about the content of the erotic novels discovered that Spirit Hall had such a huge reaction, which made them gradually believe that the content of the erotic novels might be true. People all have a contrarian psychology. If Spirit Hall hadn't intervened, perhaps they wouldn't have been so interested. Now that Spirit Hall was strictly investigating the erotic novels, they actually wanted to catch a glimpse of the contents. This caused the price of the erotic novels on the black market to skyrocket to an astronomical level. Just at this moment, a large quantity of erotic novels flowed into the black market, reaching as many as 1 million copies, and they were snapped up in no time. Coupled with the two great empires fanning the flames, it led to a situation where the more strictly the erotic novels were investigated, the more rampant they became on the market. Even if Spirit Hall exhausted all its manpower, it had no way to control the spread of the erotic novels. Whether it was the Heaven-Dew imperial family or the Star Luo royal family, both harbored dissatisfaction toward Spirit Hall, this holy land for spirit masters. Since they couldn't deal with Spirit Hall, they would just do their best to disgust them. This time, they all wanted to see Bibai Dong and Spirit Hall become the laughingstock of the entire continent. Chapter 175. Second Uncle is here. The reach of the little yellow book was spreading wider and wider. Spirit Hall exhausted all its manpower, yet it still could not stop the spread of the little yellow book. As a result, many people on the continent were now enjoying the joke about Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong. Within Spirit Hall, although no one dared to openly mock Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong, the gazes directed at her lacked some of the awe they once held, which was a devastating blow to her personal prestige. No one could have imagined that the once noble and majestic Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong had actually been an ungrateful wretch who betrayed Spirit Hall. The only one who was slightly different was Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong's personal disciple, Hu Liena. She felt only heartache for her, and her gaze towards her was filled with worry. She could well understand Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong's pain. Being unable to be with the one she loved was nothing short of the most painful torture in the world. However, looking at the original plot, Hu Liena and Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong's personalities were truly remarkably similar. For Yu Awakens, Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong betrayed a large number of Spirit Hall's secrets. For Tang San, who was disguised as Tang Yin, Hu Liena caused Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong's plan to capture Xiao Wu to fail, leading to Xiao Wu sacrificing herself for Tang San. In terms of sabotaging one's teacher, Hu Liena had inherited Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong's mantle well. That Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong found such a disciple could be considered her own doing. Just as she had sabotaged her own teacher back then, her disciple was now doing the same to her. Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong had become a joke in the eyes of others, and the other protagonist in that little yellow book, Yu Awakens, naturally had not been spared either. Heaven-Dew City, Shrek Academy. Recently, the gazes of the teachers and students in the academy towards Yu Xiaogang were filled with surprise and mischief, occasionally glancing at the top of his head, as if it were glowing green. As the aggrieved party in the story, Yu Xiaogang had finally managed to hook up with Spirit Hall's holy maiden, Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong, but before he could actually elope with her, he had been driven away by Qian Zunji. The Little Yellow Book had described how, when Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong was taken by Qian Zunji to the secret chamber for a 300-round battle, Yu Xiaogang had been outside Spirit City, dressed in rags like a beggar, constantly looking towards the direction of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. He was not allowed to enter Spirit City, so he could only express his protest in this way, perhaps hoping to move Qian Zunji and make him agree to his and Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong's affair. What a pity. He had failed to move Qian Zunji. Instead, he had caused Qian Zunji to make a decision to use the most cruel method to keep Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong in Spirit Hall forever. This scene could be described as classic, the aggrieved party staring from outside the city at the heroine's location, while at that very moment, the heroine was being vigorously used by the yellow-haired guy. Yu Xiaogang was a person with an extremely strong sense of self-esteem. He had also read the book, The Romantic Affairs of Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong. He had gnashed his teeth while reading it, and after finishing it, he had torn the book to shreds. Now, being looked at like this by the teachers and students of Shrek Academy, how could his heart possibly bear it? He was now flying into a rage in the academy every day, smashing things. Flender, Liu Erlong, and Tang San, those who were close to Yu Xiaogang, tried to persuade him every day, but it was no use. Yu Xiaogang had started going crazy again that day, clatter bang. Like a madman, he smashed everything in the room, tables, chairs, stools, vases, and ornaments, to pieces. He was also mumbling under his breath, "Donger, donger." Flender, Liu Erlong, and Tang San stood outside the room with worried expressions, but none of them went in to persuade him. According to past experience, going in to persuade him at this time would only be adding fuel to the fire, which would only make Yu Xiaogang even more manic. And at this moment, "Senior, this is the forbidden land of the academy. You really cannot trespass." The academy teacher, Teacher Lai Yusong, summoned his spirit, the dragon-patterned staff. With one white, one yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black spirit ring shining beneath his feet, he stood with a solemn expression, blocking the path of an old man. That old man had white hair and a white beard, his short hair standing on end. His expression was fierce and naturally imposing. His physique was sturdy with knotted muscles, looking just like a humanoid tyrannosaurus. He wore a luxurious blue robe with lightning patterns on it. One look was enough to know he was definitely no ordinary person. This old man was none other than the second-in-command of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the younger brother of the current clan chief, Clan Master Yu Yuanjin, Yu Luomian. Looking at the 6-ring spirit emperor, Teacher Lai Yusong, who was blocking his path, Yu Luomian let out a scornful sneer, "Since when do bugs dare to block my path?" A mere 6-ring spirit emperor, and not even one with the optimal spirit ring configuration. Your courage is commendable, but that is all. Then, without even summoning his spirit, Yu Luomian charged forward like a cannonball. Teacher Lai Yusong had no time to react before being struck by Yu Luomian's heavy and powerful punch. PFFT. Teacher Lai Yusong spat out blood as his body was sent flying over 10 meters away like a broken sack of rags. As a spirit Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, dealing with Teacher Lai Yusong was easy for Yu Luomian, even without using his spirit. After knocking Teacher Lai Yusong away, Yu Luomian strode towards the depths of the academy. Changing Blue Tyrant Academy to Shrek Academy, and then refusing to let me in. It seems your wings have truly hardened. For Liu Erlong to be able to open Blue Tyrant Academy in a place like Heaven Dew City, where every inch of land was worth gold, she must have had the support of Yu Luomian behind her. Otherwise, the name Lanba was not something just anyone could use casually. Teacher Lai Yusong had come with Flender and didn't know the ins and outs of it all. For daring to stand in front of Yu Luomian, he deserved to take that punch today. In no time at all, Yu Luomian walked to the front of the wooden house in the academy's small woods. Seeing Yu Luomian appear, someone with as fiery a temper as Liu Erlong actually revealed a hint of awe. She lowered her head and said, "Father." Yu Luomian ignored this illegitimate daughter and walked to the door of the wooden house, looking at Yu Xiaogang, who was smashing things all over the room like a madman. He frowned and gave a low, authoritative shout, "Xiaogang." In an instant, as if struck by a paralysis spell, Yu Xiaogang froze on the spot. The expression on his face shifted back and forth from shock to timidity. After a long time, he finally turned around trembling and said in a low voice, "Second uncle." Yu Xiaogang's father was the clan chief of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Clan Master Yu Yuanjin, so Yu Luomian was his biological second uncle. After all, he was his own son, so Clan Master Yu Yuanjin still doted on Yu Xiaogang very much. Even though Yu Xiaogang had awakened the trash spirit, Luo Sanpao, Clan Master Yu Yuanjin had still prepared a large amount of resources for him, forcing Yu Xiaogang, who only had innate 0.5 spirit power, to cultivate to the level of 29 spirit power. However, Yu Luomian looked down on this behavior. Yu Xiaogang was clearly a waste, yet so many resources were being wasted on him. Clan Master Yu Yuanjin was Yu Luomian's older brother, and his strength was that of a genuine level 95 super Douluo. Yu Luomian dared not challenge Clan Master Yu Yuanjin, so he vented his dissatisfaction on Yu Xiaogang, often mocking him. Therefore, Yu Xiaogang was not afraid of his father, Clan Master Yu Yuanjin, but he was very afraid of his second uncle, Yu Luomian. Just now, when Yu Xiaogang was going crazy, even if Clan Master Yu Yuanjin had arrived in person, Yu Xiaogang would have dared to continue throwing a tantrum. But with Yu Luomian here in person, Yu Xiaogang immediately became well-behaved. He stopped going crazy and respectfully called out, "Second uncle." Looking at the cowardly Yu Xiaogang, a surge of anger rose in Yu Luomian's heart, and he mocked him mercilessly. "We haven't seen each other in years, and you're still a waste, only daring to vent your anger on tables and chairs. Not only are you embarrassing yourself, but this time you've dragged the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan down with you. You really are quite something. 1,000 subscribers. Party Popper, thank you to everyone who watched, liked, commented, and supported this channel. Reaching 1K is a huge milestone, and I couldn't have done it without you. This is only the beginning. Our next goal is 5,000 subscribers, and we're moving forward together. Rocket fire.